That was weird. You see, Tux just ran out of there. Mama must be in there. Oh shoot! I think I might have fixed my head. I super glued this last night. Let's see if it works. And it'll tighten up now. Super glued it for going to bed. Ooh, dude! I think it might. I think it just might work for me a little bit better. Gotta be sure not to tighten it too much, and it'll strip it again. No, 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 no. Hey, hey, dude, stop. Chill out, cat. Oh. It hurt me. Got 2 bowls for the kitties, ready to go. Simon's not eating. Oh, he was about to start eating until I fucking stepped on that thing. I don't know, man. He's eating something over there. Might be the dry food. I got 3 different kinds of food out for him. Kitten food, his old food, and the dry food. Oh, and the hydrocare. He had diarrhea last night too. This is like the fourth day without thyroid medication, maybe 3rd or 4th. We got 50 subs. I don't know who the subs are. Like, thanks whoever you are, but it doesn't tell me who subs to this channel for some reason. They're all secret subs. Most of them. You know, I've had Simon for the wallpaper for my stream deck for years. Just right here. See him right there? It's the Simon emoji. He looks at me all day long. It's hard to tell because it's so bright, but that's him. Right there. He's always with me right there. He's looking at my shoulder. Sweet Pete. Sweet Pete. Come up here. Come here. Come on. Girl. Here you go. Hey. Hey. Crazy up there. Where are you going? Hey. Hey, didn't know. Oh, she went for this. She went straight for this and had it in her mouth, and she's about to jump down with it. What's this? We'll have this later, okay? We'll have this later. No, she doesn't. She's really careful not to. Plus, I trim her nails every now and then. We'll have this later, baby girl. Dude, I thought I had two of those up here. I don't know where the other one went. Oh. Either that or I opened it and I forgot. Dude, pet beds? I wish they would send me cat litter every time. Dude, they send me fucking dog biscuits most of the time. For the free thing. This should be like a little... It's a individually wrapped dog biscuit. I have two of them in the kitchen. Like, they... Oh, I know why. That makes sense now. I bet they sent this to me when I got cat medication. I'm actually ordering dog medication, and I'm giving it to a cat. That's what's going on. Dude, why did it take me this long to figure that out? I need to send them I need to put a note on my order. This is for a cat. And maybe then they'll give me the catnip. Hey. See, weed makes me fucking smarter somehow. I don't know how that is, dude, but it allows me to think things through easier. Slows things down a little bit. Allows me to concentrate better. Took me a long time to realize that, though. Not that high, is it? I kept wondering why. It's like, I thought that since they got my prescription from the doctor, that somehow they knew that it was for a cat. Like it was in the information. I thought, I guess not. I guess they don't give a shit. They just care about it being signed and the dosage and the amount, probably. And that actually being a vet. Okay. Makes sense now. Say, I got the food ready. It's a concoction. I don't know if they're going to like it this morning. This morning, they might turn their nose up to it because it's got like a quarter can of thyroid wet, which is like, I don't know what the hell it is. It's weird. It's a weird concoction of it's not really meat anymore with that one. It's mostly corn, I think. We got a little bit of that. We got a little bit of his Ultimino dry food in there. We're gonna have a whole can of Fancy Feast beef is in there, and then we have about a third of a can of the rabbit and lamb ziwi, and then I put a few 4 or so tablespoons, 3 or 4 tablespoons of water, warm water in there, make it nice and soupy. Not too soupy though. I want to be able to smell it. I'm gonna take it out right now. Here we go. Oh, actually, I need to blow my nose first. No, dude, it stinks. It's not really gourmet. I don't even know if they're gonna eat it. It smells funky. I should see if Simon wants to eat it. Maybe that's the concoction, and maybe that's what it took. I should have done that all along. Alright. I could let him try it. Let me see if he wants it first. down. It's got this. Not Simon approved. He was like, he wants me. Shit, dude, Simon, bro. I'm gonna have to start locking Simon up before I go back there. Go straight to looking outside because all he cares about right now is that I'm feeding another cat and he knows it's outside and he can't go outside and he can't look outside at all for 12 hours a day almost at night. Dude, it feels like he's fucking just hunger striking because he doesn't have a window access for half of his life right now. Now he went back there right now, and when I opened the door to get I forgot the food. I went out without the food on accident, so I had to open the door again, and Simon was right there, and so was Tux, waiting at the back door right there. So they looked, like locked eye to eye, and Simon like kind of lunged towards the door. I had to slam it really fast, so it's kind of loud for my neighbors, and I was cursing a little bit. So I'm like, "What the fuck is going on, man? Damn it! He's not eating now. He's gonna like rush the door on me like that. Like, holy shit, Simon, bro." My heart was racing, man. I was so nervous that he was gonna get out and get in a fight with him, dude. Oh my god. It's still pounding because it was close, dude. I know how fast cats are, you know. So he was right there at the door, and I had to slam it real fast. It didn't hit him. He was getting close to it. And plus, I didn't know if Tux was going to run at Simon or something. Also, I don't know. He's unpredictable how he attacks my leg sometimes. I've been doing a lot looking outside. Yeah, I know. I've been noticing that too. Hey, what's up, Golden Coin? Good morning, man. I'm just putting two and two together with that. That's partially why I'm thinking about that being the case. Why else would he be looking outside so much lately? It got worse when Tux started hanging out in the backyard in the morning, and I wasn't able to give Simon his morning time of opening the door for a minute. We would do that every morning. Before he really ate, he always wanted me to open the back door for about, I don't know, 10, 20, 30 seconds. Just look out there, listen to the birds for a second. As soon as I did that, he was eating. I can't do that because of Tux, dude. And now he just saw Tux back there, and this is Simon's a very jealous cat. Hey, stop it! Stop! Aren't you past that, bro? Avery's about to cough his lung out. That was, what was this, like, I can't remember how many grams this was. Tux is having a hard time licking it off the bowl, damn it. I'm about to go out there and fix it for him. It's just easier to carry it out there in a bowl. But He didn't get full, I can tell. He did stretch. I can go through the front door and fix it though. That way I don't have to. I can just do it real fast and run back in. Oh! He's gonna try some more. Oh, he's not. He needs it fixed. He's a little retarded. Don't see. That's one reason I need it in the bowl because he likes to put. The other day he did that, and Mama came and ate after him, and she ended up ingesting a dry leaf, and she stopped eating 45 seconds after that. It was acting kind of weird. Cats aren't supposed to eat dry leaves, probably. I don't know. I doubt it can go down the throat very easily. Dang it, why do you have to go that way? That's the way I wanted to go. Now I don't know where he's at. Because he could always go down there, jump on back up top, walk along the wall, and then jump up onto my fence and then down in my backyard. He does that. Seen him do it. So if you go to the right, I'm pretty sure he's in the backyard. But now there's really no telling. I can go faster. Let me go see. 7:36. I gotta pick Simon's food up soon. And me going out, watch this. See, I know Simon. Me going out there is gonna make him want to go out there. He's gonna wish he'd went out there, and he's gonna be waiting for me right here when I get back. So I can open it. I'll be very surprised if that's not the case. Here we go. Oh god, we're gonna do the stirring. The great stirring. Oh, it's chilly out there, dude. Take the phone and the pepper spray every time, just in case. I don't know what the fuck's gonna happen out there. It's early morning, a lot of crackheads still out. You know, if it's come out at night, you know, they might be the zombies are still walking the streets at this point. Some of them are looking for cans. Here comes Mama. I'm glad I didn't go out yet. She come up quick. Oh, what happened? Why is she taking so long? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Tux might be in between. Nope, okay. See what she thinks about it. This is perfect. It's better that I didn't go out there then. I scared her off. I don't know how to get close to this cat. Man, it's impossible. She's feral to the utmost. That's why she's the most respected. I don't know yet if she likes it. She just took a bite of it first. They always got to taste it. They do a smell test, a taste test, and then they think about it for a second. It looks like she's digging it though. It's got a high corn content, so I don't even know if you're supposed to mix these foods like this. But winter is coming, so they need to get some fat on them anyway. Especially Mama. I mean, all of them really, because it's going to be getting probably upper 30s some nights. And all they got's underneath the house. The car going by playing music, it didn't even phase her. Because it turned down the alley, but A lot of action this time of morning. It's kind of nice being able to open the blinds and look out. This used to be my bedroom, and when I first moved here, my bed was facing like this, and I would just sit on the end of my bed, tripping the fuck out because this place wasn't what I wanted it to be. The pictures didn't. I don't know. They weren't correct. And the first morning that I was here, I showed up at like 5 at night. Was able to get some couch cushions in this room so I could sleep on them. And it was like January. I can't remember now. It was the winter time though, and I was coming from Colorado, so I'm thinking it's not going to be cold tonight. And I was freezing my ass off in here, laying on them cushions, because for some reason the gas wasn't on, or like the heater wasn't on. I don't know. No, the gas wasn't on because or the shit wasn't lit. Maybe it was on but not lit, and I didn't know what I was doing or something. I can't remember. I can't imagine not trying to light it, dude. I had to have, and it wouldn't light. I don't think the gas was on. But a dude had a flashlight looking into, had the blinds open, and he was looking in here, and he flashlighted me while I was sleeping at like 3 a.m. First night here. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, look out the blinds, and he runs off. And then when I try to take a shower, I'm realizing that there's no fucking hot water. The hot water heater isn't like heating. My wall heater, gas heater was a heater. So I know it's kind of cold out here. And I mean, the cats she'll be used to it. I just don't know about Tux. I used to sit right here. There's so much action in here. It was kind of shocking. Going from where I was to here, how many cars were going by constantly. I was like, what? I didn't think this many cars would be going by all the time. Or like I thought I was gonna live I thought I was in a neighborhood. Yeah, I ended up getting up at like 5 in the morning or 4 in the morning and go into a 24-hour Walmart to go buy a heater. Shit. Buy a little heater. I wasn't about to be just sitting here freezing my ass off. Because all my entire load was still inside of the U-Haul or whatever. Almost like everything was in there still except for my couch cushions. I had to do that still, and I ended up paying a group of dude. If you ever move, I highly recommend paying people to unload your shit for you. It's pretty sweet, and you know what's also sweet? Paying them to load it for you. Oh baby, you ain't never experienced that miracle. Ooh, she ate a lot there. Seriously, I lived on like the 3rd floor of my place, and I was looking at all my shit. I had a friend over too, and he was gonna help me do it. I'm like, yo, dude, I don't know about all this shit. Having to put like the blankets around everything and all that. You know what? It was like, I don't know if it was $150 or so, but man, they had this shit done in like 2 hours or something. It's like they had it done quick, and they did it all, wrapped it all with the blankets, taped it, got it loaded, and they knew how to load it, so it wasn't all fucked up, falling over and shit while I was driving or anything. It was pretty sweet, man. It made moving a little, just a tad bit less stressful, because holy shit, it's like getting a new job almost, or maybe it's worse, moving. Because you got to find a place, like you got to find a job, then you got to get approved, like you got to get hired, and then you got to If it's an out-of-state job, got to deal with the transition. Oh, and the place was nasty. Like, it wasn't clean before I moved in. And I couldn't even get off the stuff. Like, it still has grody shit from when I moved in on some of the stuff here. The cabinets have like a film on them, it seems like. Apparently the people that lived here before me, from what I understand, were disgusting. Roaches everywhere. They had to redo a lot of stuff because of them. So I think that's why they're so happy with me. I have a lot of clutter, but I'm not disgusting. Brought up a little different. Plus, you can't graduate boot camp and be disgusting, really. I don't know, man. I think a lot of them get disgusting after boot camp, though, still. So, yeah, it's probably still upbringing. Mama's going at it. She's like, shit, you don't want it? All right. I put boiling water in it too. It's set for a while, but still, it should have been warmer than ambient temperature outside. So she probably can tell with that also. A little bit of warmth. He folded his dirty clothes. I never heard about that. I mean, maybe if they had to put them in a ditty bag and store them for a little while before, just to make it have, like, get it to have more room. Because the folded clothing does pack tighter than non-folded. Like, we pretty much had to fold everything exactly how they said to fold it to get it to fit all in our sea bag. Mama's done. Mama's done. That's my pee. Ooh. Her tail always has something on it. Why is that? That looks. She might have had diarrhea a little bit. That's just dried matter, like leaves and dry. Yeah, probably just a leaf. Chubby. That's good. Hopefully it's just chubby. As you see, Netanyahu's already talking about pulling out of Lebanon as a favor to Trump or something. Very interesting. That's breaking news from this morning. Simon, what's up, man? Simon, you come here? I gotta pull his food up in 10 minutes. I really hope he ate something. Simon, come here. Dude, some idiot stoned a bird in Southern California. Did you hear about that? It looked like a crane, but it was a I forget what they said it was. It's a white bird with a really long neck. For no reason, this guy they were throwing rocks at ducks first, and the locals were like, oh, it's San Bernardino, I think they said. The locals are like, hey, stop that. And they came back and they were like, hey, look, a crane. And they killed it. First, they knocked it into the water with a rock, and then they picked it up and decided that it needed to be put out of its misery. They found the guy, though. They did it. He's locked up now. Simon's running down the hall really quickly. I could hear his nails screeching. Could you hear that? As he was taking off. So he's still got energy, man. It's weird. Hopefully he's eating something. He's got 10 minutes. It's making it like I have to get up at midnight now to feed her instead of 11:30. I'm just switching times on everything, giving him more time to eat. Keeping everything 12 and 12 for the meds. That way. Great Scots. Well, that's why I'm not seeing any news. Dude, I was scrolling looking for the news, but I was signed into Kitty Cam. The news was... Oh, I got a thing talking about the hours watched, and... what's on here? For Doe, it sent me like a monthly thing. Hey, what's up, Ted? How's your... Dude, did you retire or something? They said you retired. Don't let me do what I want. Alright, whatever. Congress is welcoming the newly elected people. The Onion buys InfoWars. Breaking fucking news. This is real. It's not an Onion story. You know what I'm saying? What? What are they gonna do with it? We won't be able to trust anything on there now. Oh, but maybe they'll get away with it saying crazy shit though because they're the Onion. Can't take them seriously unless you want to. Get Alice to come back and work for them.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We did want to take you back out to this breaking news story that we've brought you here before the break, as the satirical news publication The Onion won the bidding for Alex Jones's InfoWars at a bankruptcy auction, backed by the families of Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting victims, whom Jones owes more than $1 billion in defamation judgments for calling the massacre a hoax. This news announced today by the families. The sale price...
How did this even happen? Can Trump change this shit somehow? What the fuck? How is that a thing, dude? How is his free speech? Because people called the families and harassed. They had a little bit of harassment. Really, they had $1 billion for some harassment. How much is each one of them getting? 50 million? I don't get that. How much harassment could you get, man? Fuck, I was picked on like crazy in high school. Should I sue them? High school let it happen. It changed me for life. Now I have no friends. Judge, I need millions. Fuck, hundreds of millions, please. Like, is that how it works? Seriously, what the fuck? They really fucked this guy over, man.
We aren't sure of that quite yet. It hasn't been immediately disclosed. Jones confirmed the Onion's acquisition of InfoWars in a social media video on Thursday. He said he planned to file legal challenges to stop it. An email message seeking comment was sent to InfoWars, and he said, quote, this is what he posted today on his social platform X. He says, last broadcast now live from InfoWars studios. They are in the building, are ordering shutdown without court approval, end quote. Jones was broadcasting live from the InfoWars studio Thursday morning. He appeared distraught. It was not immediately clear what the Onion is planning to do with the conspiracy theory platform. Again, the assets there include the website, the social media accounts, and the studio, which is based in Austin, Texas. The Onion did not immediately return emails seeking comment today. Sealed bids for the private auction were opened yesterday. Both supporters and detractors of Jones had expressed interest in buying InfoWars. The other bidders have not been disclosed to the public. The Onion is a satirical site. It manages to persuade people to believe itself as the, quote, world's leading news publication, offering highly acclaimed, universally revered coverage of breaking international and local news events. It has 4.3 trillion daily readers. Jones has been saying on his show that if his detractors bought InfoWars, he would move his daily broadcasts and product sales to a new studio, websites, and social media accounts. So again, did just want to bring this to you here on Live Now from Fox if you are just joining us.
That's interesting. Like, how like, what are they buying? All his past broadcasts, or the rights to say that they are InfoWars and the website. The website, I guess. Maybe the website and the supplement line. Like, is that? What are they actually buying when they buy InfoWars? Onion owns InfoWars. A bill? Alex in charge of something? Yeah, that'd be sweet. Maybe he will when he hears about this. He'll be like, okay, that's the final straw. Where are we putting Alex? We gotta put Alex somewhere, okay? Are you gonna come see me? Come here. Come here. Come here. Little sweetie. Oh, little sweet. Simon scared me this morning though, man. Okay. It paid for InfoWars and its assets, including its production studio and diet supplement business. So indeed, they did get the studio too. Yeah, the actual studio. Interesting. Diet supplement business. its assets, though, including what are the wonder what the other assets are. Besides those two, they did not disclose the price. High pressure relief valve is leaking. Well, sounds like you better shut it off. You better shut off the flow, buddy. Oh, the Onion has a. Here's why I decided to buy InfoWars. Global Tetrahedron CEO. Today we celebrate a new addition to the Global Tetrahedron LLC family of brands, and let me say I really do see it as a family. Much like family members, our brands are abstract nodes of wealth, interchangeable assets for their patriarch to absorb and discard according to the opaque whims of the market. And just like family members, our brands regard one another with mutual suspicion and malice. All told, the decision to acquire InfoWars was an easy one for the Global Tetrahedron Executive Board. Oh, yo, wait, let me see if I can. Let me see something. Pop this out. Pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. And then go down here. Found it. Well, I'm trying to scroll that one on my OBS over here. Alright, founded in 1999 on the hills of the Satanic. Oh, this is what the beginning of it looked like, by the way. Of the Satanic Panic, and growing steadily ever since. InfoWars has distinguished itself as an invaluable tool for brainwashing and controlling the masses. With a shrewd mix of delusional paranoia and dubious anti-aging nutrient hacks, they strive to make life both scarier and longer for everyone. A commendable goal. They are a true unicorn, capable of simultaneously inspiring public support for billionaires and stoking outrage at an inept federal state that can assassinate JFK but can't put a man on the moon. Through it all, InfoWars has shown an unswerving commitment to manufacturing anger and radicalizing the most vulnerable members of society. Values that resonate deeply with all of us at Global Tetrahedron. No price would be too high for such a cornucopia of malleable assets and minds, and yet, in a stroke of good fortune, a formidable special interest group has outwitted the hapless owner of InfoWars, a forgettable man with an already forgotten name, and forced him to sell it at a steep bargain, less than $1 trillion. Oh, yeah, that's cold-blooded right there. Oh, shit. Make no mistake, this is a coup for our company and a well-deserved victory for multinational elites the world over. What's next for InfoWars remains a live issue. The access funds initially allocated for the purchase will be reinvested into our philanthropic efforts that include business, school scholarships for promising cult leaders, and charity that donates elections to at-risk third world dictators, and a new pro bono program pairing orphans with stable factory jobs at no cost to the factory. That's a good deal. As for the vitamins and supplements, we are halting their sale immediately. Utilitarian logic dictates that if we can extend even one CEO's life by 10 minutes, diluting these miracle elixirs for public consumption is an unethical waste. Instead, we plan to collect the entire stock of InfoWars warehouses into a large vat and boil the contents down into a single candy bar-sized omnivitamin that one executive, I will not name names, may eat in order to increase his power and perhaps become immortal. All will be revealed in due time. For now, let's just enjoy this win and toast to the continued consolidation of power and capital. Infinite growth forever. Bryce P. Trade or Global Tetrahedron CEO. He's wilding out right now. How much did they're not disclosing how much they had to pay for it either. I wonder how much it was, dude. Only like $1 million or something. And they're really slapping him in the face saying it wasn't a trillion. Because he needs $1 billion, right? So ooh, a little kitty licking her butthole. Ooh, you want some of it? I gotta go pick Simon's food up, unfortunately. I don't want to do it because I'm afraid he hasn't eaten hardly anything. Ah. I don't know. Simon seemed to be really happy when she was out there, as if that one of the reasons he's not eating because she's locked up in there. He just walked around smelling stuff. Mostly, they played for like a split second. Then she went back to smelling stuff. Eat? Not much. No. That's why I was in there right now for a little longer. I was getting him to drink a little bit of Hydrocare. Have him drink a little bit more of that. He had diarrhea last night, though. I don't know if that's the stuff that's giving it to him. Well, he needs fluids if he has diarrhea, so it's kind of a catch-22. But he ate a little bit of dry food, not much. Maybe 10 grams. None of the wet food. There's an update, I think, on PUBG. Let me see. Well, no, I don't want to turn it on because then it'll do the thing if there's a thing. Oh, look at this! Look at this shit. This guy got so lucky on PUBG. I'm a little like, what the actual F, bro? I don't get to see the pool. But this was his outcome. 3 progressives and a 10-pack of the primes. You got 3 progressives in one pool. What the heck? How's that even? I feel like. What the fuck? A little mad at that for some reason. Like, I'm happy for him, that's cool, but like, why am I getting fucked over so much? Can't get one progressive. I can't get even any schematics or polys. They just give me some bullshit all the time. Give this guy 3 progressives at once. Or you didn't see anything like that. Did you see the thing about the person in a bear costume for insurance fraud got busted? What? Sailor exposed his ship with Starlink. What do you mean?
The United States Navy is no joke, and I know that might come as a surprise.
Dude, the United States Navy is fucking getting stupid lately, and hopefully Trump fixes it. Actually. Navy's turning into shit. And the people in the Navy see it. They know it. They know it. They gotta know it because they're in there with old salts too. They're in there with people. The new people are in there with people that have been in for 25 years that are talking about the old shit, just like they were talking about the old shit when I was in, thinking this isn't the Navy I used to be in when we used to be able to smoke weed in the ship when we were on deployment. The back of the ship, nobody gave a fuck, man. Yeah, all that changed. They used to have beer machines on base. All that changed. Right before I went in, like not long before I went in, all that changed. And now it's where it is now, and there's different old salts. I would if I was still in, I'd be one of the old salts talking about what in the fucking holy fuckery is this shit. I got brought up on some shit with Captain's Mass when I first went in for talking shit about somebody's rainbow sticker on base. All right, so you already know I'd be talking some shit about some shit that's happening now with the Navy. I thought I was allowed to, as don't ask, don't tell, and they were telling everybody with that sticker. All I did was like, whoa, gay pride! Like, I yelled it loud as shit to them on base, and they took offense to it and told on me. I thought they were fucking proud, man. Come to find out, it was someone visiting the base. It was a shipmate that had a friend that was gay that was coming on base with a gay car. Whatever. What we got here?
Considering that us other branches really dig in on them. No particular reason. But seriously, 18 months underway in a sub below the water, 6, 8, 10-month deployments on a ship, where you only get to contact home once every couple of months or via snail mail. Sailors really do make quite the sacrifice. Well, most sailors do. That brings us to today's special guest, Command Senior Chief Marrero.
A lot of people don't think about it, dude. Being out this, it's really hard to sleep on a ship that's rocking and rolling. There's straps that you have to put up sometimes. The seas are heavy to keep you from rolling out of your coffin rack. And your rack, I was always top bunk because I'm tall. But if you're in a middle or bottom bunk, dude, you got like fucking, you can barely even roll over. You got a bunk right above you, dude. It's crazy. That's why I call them coffin rack, because it feels like you're in a coffin. But mine didn't, because I didn't have that. I didn't have anybody's bunk above mine. It was pretty sweet. But the downside of that is you can hear the porn that people are watching much easier when you don't have it enclosed like that. Like, it just comes right in. It's hard to sleep sometimes with the porn. They're always watching porn, dude. It's like half of what they watch. At least that's how it was. But the sleeping part of it is like something I think a lot of civilians don't think about. Those ships, unless you're on a carrier or an auxiliary ship, something pretty big, they're rocking and rolling. And like, you already don't get much sleep. And I think that's the only reason why sailors are able to sleep on the smaller ships, because you're getting so little sleep that your body just like knocks the fuck out. Sometimes I wouldn't even eat when we were out for a little while. Like,
Somebody's actions are going to be on a safety brief from now on.
Like I could do without breakfast this morning.
Putting an unsecured internet source on her ship, the Manchester, was a good idea and in no way violated any sort of OPSEC for the ship or put the ship in any sort of danger.
Wait a second.
And Senior Chief Marrero.
A senior chief at that.
Somebody's actions are going to be on a safety brief from now on because she thought putting an unsecured internet source on her ship, the Manchester, was a good idea and in no way violated any sort of OPSEC for the ship or put the ship in any sort of danger, you know, because then people would be able to know where you are from that signal, especially as it's deployed in the Western Pacific, which
this is DEI at its worst, dude. What is she even doing on the ship that small? What is going on, man? We're that short-handed. So you seeing this, Bill? We're that short-handed that we need females on ships that size. They probably has a smaller crew than a destroyer. Probably has a crew of like 150 people. What are they, all women? Like, what's going on, man? And a senior chief at that, so she's in charge of a bunch of dudes, probably, more than likely, more than females. And then she's going to be doing some dumb shit. There's a lot of females been doing some dumb shit in the military lately. New Zealand, that girl, that female wrecked a ship, sank a ship, I guess. And the two Navy pilots that just went down were females. What is going on in the world? Can we stop it with this shit? Women aren't meant to be in war, man. There's a reason for it. They're not all Joan of Arcs. You know what I mean? You need to be autistic or something to be like that. A good female combat, but you need to be buff too, dude. You know, I don't even think they're built for it though. Mentally, like I think if most women get punched in the nose, like I was saying the other day, and they break down. I don't care how tough they are. They were tough as nails before that. You punch a woman in the nose, she's not tough instantly. I'm talking about broken nose, though, bleeding. That's not hard to do either. Anybody. Yeah, that too, the overweight shit.
If I'm not mistaken, China's there. And boy, they sure do have fun bullying other ships around there, don't they? Just ask the Filipino Coast Guard.
And China would have something to be able to detect that, probably.
About Super Senior Chief's stupid internet service after a word from this video's sponsor. Prize Picks.
I mean, see, if any country is going to have something to detect that outside of America, it'd be China.
Play your first card to get in contact with people from home. Because you're out there away on a ship and God knows where. And you're only going to port every couple months. Well, Chief here thought it'd be a great idea to get a Starlink. Oh, now I have nothing against Elon Musk, and Starlinks are fantastic. He was handing them out for free in the Carolinas after the
What's weird is we had internet contact. Like we had internet on ship. I remember having internet. Or was it only when we were in port? Wait. Oh, we had it at a port too, though. Did we? Do you remember, Bill?
So you know that they work, even when nothing else around you does. But as we find out later on,
maybe it didn't always work.
It went full into the chief and the ship's commander on the USS Manchester, that having a steady Wi-Fi signal and internet access just beaming out there in an unsecured line,
that's an issue.
That could put you and your sailors in danger. So not a good move. Okay. But how did we get there? How do we get from planting the dish to figuring it all out and Chief getting in trouble? Well, it all starts in San Diego when Senior Chief is farting around with a couple of her enlisted cohorts. The Chief's mess. For those of you that are unaware, in the Navy, and I would say the Marine Corps, but especially the Navy, once you hit the rank of enlisted 7 and become a chief, well, you're a big deal. You're top dog. You get a lot of special benefits because of your rank, and you're in charge. Shit, you're the closest thing to God.
They have to buy their own uniforms, though.
Unfortunately, the Chief's mess gets a little bit of a, I'll say, a bad rep, and sometimes they earn it. like here in this case. Well, Chief Marrero and a couple other chiefs in the Chiefs mess, 15 in total, decided that they were going to keep their secret, super sweet internet source dish,
they were all
Starlink,
in on it?
a secret.
No one will ever find out.
So only the Chiefs mess would get it. Sharing sure isn't caring when it comes to Chief Marrero. Well, how the hell did they get it on the ship? Well, when in San Diego, there's a couple opportunities while a ship is getting looked over and cleaned and fudged about, where people get in harnesses and walk around spots where they normally shouldn't. And that's when someone unknown, but set up by the Chiefs mess, planted the dish on the 05 weather deck, which I don't know what that means.
Dry dock or something?
Other than 05 is a rank and weather deck means a deck where weather happens. I assume Doppler radar or something. Look,
it probably
one
was
of the
in dry
investigators
dock.
took a photo.
Wait.
Here it is, circled in red, pointed at it with a little arrow, just chilling with a couple sandbags setting on it. NBD, super inconspicuous.
No one's even gonna notice.
But who had access to this fantastic internet that, get this,
I can't see it.
didn't reach across
Do
the
you
entire
wanna
ship?
see
So the Chiefs thought
the
it would be a good
video?
idea to get a Wi-Fi extender and set them up throughout the ship so that they could get
see
their
it.
Netflix streaming app and Facebooks and Instagrams and Twitters immediately wherever they were. Taking a shit or
Why wasn't
walking
working?
outside, it didn't matter. They wanted their Wi-Fi. But not for anybody else, just the Chiefs met.
Yeah, screw them.
This'll come up later. That's right, didn't want to share it. You know, didn't tell the captain, which honestly, if you
I
told
know
the
why.
captain within moments, the captain probably would have been cool with it being turned on in certain moments when everything's like being watched and ready. Because I don't know if you know this, ships have Wi-Fi. And commanders of said ships can say, hey, you know what? Even though our military operations take up most of the Wi-Fi that's needed and it's encrypted and it's bouncing off of our own satellites so that we don't get tracked
see, we
by
did
an
have
unknown
internet.
government,
We
we're gonna
did.
let the kids use the internets for a little bit.
Wait. I need to listen to this because I'm wondering what, like, why. Chris, he really knows his stuff, man. All right, I'm trying to fix this. Transform. Reset transform. Transformers more than meets the eyes.
Send a message, get that ship watched and ready. Because I don't know if you know this, ships have Wi-Fi. And command.
Dude, right, dude. We had internet when I was in. We didn't have Wi-Fi yet because like Wi-Fi capability wasn't very good back then. But we had it in all the main areas. So that means people were able to hook into their Wi-Fi with their cell phones then for the ship. But maybe it's a little slow. When I was in, we had no women at sea. We had plenty of fat sailors. Right, same here. Well, I mean, there were some fat sailors, true, but no women. No, they were on the carriers, I think, already. But that was it. Dude, I bought the Master Chief of the bases, RS Camaro, IROC Z28 RS Camaro, and he left his stickers on it, and I started, like, the EOD training was also on our base in ASW, San Diego, Anti-Submarine Warfare Training Command. And they had special parking places, and I would park in their spots with his stickers, dude, and he would get the tickets. I definitely was brought into his office for that shit. He was not happy. Dude, he was at my table for the Navy ball too, though. I can't remember if it was before or after he brought me into his office, but he let my girlfriend and I drink wine at the table, even though he damn well, like, he probably knew I wasn't old enough to drink, but like he didn't say anything about it. That was a trip. So he was actually pretty cool, but I'm pretty sure that he told my next command about me because like I got there, fucking they were already acting a certain way. Yeah, I mean, it was his responsibility, right? It was his responsibility. I don't know why he did. I guess he was trying to be nice, though, just so I'd be able to get it on base or whatever. But He had all kinds of tickets building up, but he was pissed off at me, dude. Oh, he was not just a Master Chief, the Master Chief of the base. I don't know if that's always the case with the Master Chief, but he was the highest ranking person, enlisted person on base. And I was playing with fire with that one. I fucked up. I really fucked up doing that. That was stupid. I was in a hurry. I wasn't going to be there long, and then I ended up being there like 30 minutes or something, and that was too long.
Said ships can say, hey, you know what?
I did more than once,
though our
though.
Military operations take up most of the Wi-Fi that's needed, and it's encrypted, and it's bouncing off of our own satellites so that we don't get tracked by an unknown government. We're gonna let the kids use the internets for a little bit, send a message home, send out an email, make a Facebook post. It happens. In fact, the United States Navy is working with Starlink as we speak in order to create a morale-boosting free Wi-Fi on ships so that soldiers can still reach out. And once again, it's turned on and off at times that the captain finds appropriate. Oh, but don't worry. This Starlink with Chief here, it went on and on.
They're not able to do that, though?
Until they almost got found out a couple of times.
Nothing to see here.
Now you might think to yourself, a Wi-Fi router, internet access beamed across the ship, well, it's got to have some sort of name, like Bilbo Baggins' house, or my favorite is
it's
FBI
ship
Surveillance
name or
Van 4.
something
This is no different, because on the ship,
what do they do?
The Wi-Fi name was Stinky. Oh, and something stinks in Denmark. Yes, it does. And it's leadership. Now, kids these days that join the military are no dummies. I mean, they're weak and stupid, but they're not retarded. That they're walking around on their phone trying to watch a movie or do whatever, and all of a sudden a Wi-Fi pops up, they're gonna go, whose Wi-Fi router is called Stinky? And try to get onto it. Well, the rumor mill starts, and what do you know? Word gets up to the captain that there might be an internet access point on the ship that's beaming Wi-Fi out on an unsecured network. Well, Captain's gonna have none of that, so he goes down to the chief's mess and asks Senior Chief here, hey, you hear about this Wi-Fi on the ship? Oh, and Chief plays it off like a pro. Absolutely not, sir. It's all made up and bullshit. What do you know?
Why the you lying?
Well, there's some sort of Wi-Fi router thing, access, that's called Stinky. Nobody knows what it's for. I'm on it. I'll take care of it, sir. And she did. She changed it to a random printer name and then continued to use it in the Chief's mess. 15 of these chiefs in the Chief's mess used it. Even after the captain was like, what is going on here? This is not good. What do you know about it? And lied to the captain. Oh, that's great. That's great. So we've got a liar, and we got Chief here gatekeeping the internet access from anybody, because you can't have the lower enlisted have it.
Peasants.
And you don't want the officers to know about it, because then that's going to blow your cover, which you've lied about. So, yeah. Chief lies about it. And then she's questioned about it again because the rumors still keep flowing and people are saying, no, the Chief's mess has some frickin' Wi-Fi. It didn't just go away. And well, what do you know? The ship's captain goes to the Chief's mess again. Hey, Senior Chief, something's still going on with this thing. What do you know about it? I know nothing, sir. She denied him 3 times, like beat her.
Why you always lying?
But just like all great schemes that get popped in somebody's head who's a little too arrogant for their own britches, well, it all fell apart because when the ship got ported in frickin' Guam, well, there's a little bit of maintenance. A new dish. Not Starlink, but Starship or Star Wars. I don't know. Star something. A new dish had to be put up on the ship. And wouldn't you know that one of those naval technicians putting on that dish looks over and sees the Starlink and goes, what is that? What the f is that? Obviously, they thought that some lower enlisted had snuck up there and put it on there. It couldn't have been the Chief's mess.
Somehow, this is all your fault.
Well, the officer in charge of communications, the communications officer, one might call them, well, he's talking to the dish guy who sees the Starlink and he takes a photo of it and he calls up the Chief's mess and is like, what the f is that? And Senior Chief texts back, well, the gig is up, and confesses that this was just for morale. Oh, it's no big deal. It's just for morale. We've got it. It's all right. Please don't tell the commander. We've only been using it when we're at port. Definitely not out there in the middle of the ocean where we could be targeted because of this. And I don't know what kind of ship this is, But nobody tells the commander of the ship, the captain, the head honcho in charge, who's already been asking about this and is like, what is going on here? But nobody's talking to him. Not even the communications officer, not his senior chief, the highest enlisted person on the ship. No. Everybody's leaving this guy in the dark. Well, what happens with all lies and shenanigans? Well, eventually light gets shown on it, and the captain found out about 6 days after they left Guam. He starts an investigation. Wow, he brings in senior chief. Hey, senior chief, what the is going on, Marrero? I thought you said that there was no Wi-Fi. And she says, well, sir, it's for morale. We did it for morale, and also, we never used it out in the water. We only used it when we were in port. We are professionals, and we wouldn't put the whole ship in jeopardy. And that's the 3rd time she lied to him. 3 times. Way to go, chief. Integrity. Oh. You know, the chief's got a saying that they're as flexible as the chain, as strong as the anchor. You're as flexible as weak, dog. You've got no moral high ground or standard, do ya? And thank God the captain of this ship, Moore, didn't trust anybody either. I mean, how could he? Good Lord, everybody's been lying to him for the past couple months about the stupid Wi-Fi thing that honestly, he could have nipped in the butt right away, made it a non-issue. But now we've got everybody hiding things from the man in charge, and that ain't gonna fly. So he opens up a can of whoop ass in the form of an investigation, and well, wouldn't you know, that chief just can't stop lying, can't she? Obviously.
And look at this shit.
The morale thing.
This is 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. This is 16 years of good conduct medals at the same time as doing 16 years. I mean, because they're gold and not red stripes. Better service warfare, right? She's probably got that, but what the fuck's the other one? Gold. You know what that one is? Does it have a Navy combination though? The green and orange one, it was like the next step down from that one. Kind of weird. But yeah, she's the highest ranking enlisted person on the damn ship, dude. This is our new Navy. A female is the highest ranking enlisted person on the ship. Who chose that? Who does that? Who's in charge of it? Oh, it's because we got that other female that's in charge of the Navy right now, probably. I wonder how long she's been in her position. I'd like to know that.
It's a bunch of bullshit, because if it was for morale, well, then the lower enlisted would have had a little chunk at it, right? They would have been able to try and tweet at home and see what's going on, but that fell through like a fart through a screen door. How is it for morale if only 15 people on the entire ship can use it? And Chief went so far as to change the usage documents that she gets from Starlink. That's right. She altered the documents of the usage so it would only show usage when she was at ports, and handed that to her commanding officer and those investigating, saying, oh no, here's everything. I have integrity. Here's all the documents showing that we only used it in port, and therefore, you know, maybe a slap on the wrist here, but we didn't do anything nefarious.
Stop lying.
Well, they saw through that, because all you gotta do is call up Starlink. Beep, boop, beep. Hey, give me a freaking printout of her usage document. Shut the fuck up, Chief. I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to Starlink. Yes, send them right now. Oh, you can tell me the usage? You know what? When you send them to me anyway, but can you tell me? Shut the fuck up, Chief. Shut up. Can you tell me, just for kicks and giggles, when was this Starlink used? Oh, for like the past 4 months straight? Not just at like one, in the middle of the ocean, huh? In the middle of it. Thank you. No, I'm not yelling at you. Thank you, Starlink. Now, before the investigation took place, Chief Marrero actually had another lower ranking chief than her that was going to take the fall for the internet. She had a fall guy for it. This woman, in no way, shape, or form, has any integrity and is trying to cover up everything in every way possible while continuously throwing the wool over her commander's eyes. And the end result is that this chief got knocked down from E8 to E7. I, for once, am appalled, I know I never heard that before, of that. How the is this person still a chief? You had no integrity. You threw your commander on the bus. You blindfolded him. You pulled the wool over his eyes. You lied to him.
Should have been busted at least down to
created a criminal enterprise by getting all the
officer.
15 freaking chiefs and the chiefs mess involved. You lied to the
No more
comms
chief.
officer. You put your entire
Hell
ship's
no.
welfare in jeopardy so you could watch YouTube videos right off of that chief's rank. Holy sh! Chief Marrero has a master's degree in information security and digital management.
What?
Didn't manage there. Now, honestly, I don't know how a Wi-Fi signal can be tracked. I know that if there's an outgoing signal, there should be some sort of reasonable action that you can like track that signal and then pinpoint where it's coming from, right? So am I mistaken or am I 100% right when I say that she's looking up Pornhub and herself while she's underway and the Chinese government's like, you know, why is Pornhub activated in the middle of the ocean? We don't have any ships out there. You think it's an American ship? Let's go spy on it with our drones and we'll never know. I mean, they're stupid enough to put their Wi-Fi out there. Am I right in saying that or am I absolutely wrong? Let me know. Best way to support the channel is get yourself a shirt. Boom! We've got Whoopee hoodies. There's not a lot left. I think we've got like 100 and something in the Whoopee hoodies. So they're going. Like 2/3 of them, 75% are already sold out. Get a hand on that. And hey Navy, I got a new shirt for you. Bow! A lighthouse for pussy. Aircraft carriers, Navy SEALs, pilots, SWIC. Everybody's cool in the Navy because the Navy is a lighthouse for pussy. Get it for a Navy friend. Let them know that they're manly and cool. Or a lesbian Navy person who is just really good at muff diving. We accept all kinds. Cheapest way is leave a comment. Tell me about this communications thing. I want to learn more about it. Do you think that only one rank reduction is sufficient? I sure don't. That's my 2 cents. All right. See you next time, weirdos. Oh, don't forget, Pepperbox has an uncensored version. That's right, I'm on Pepperbox with the boys, and there's no bleeps there. In the one video that I made prior with Mia Khalifa, I made some additional jokes, and maybe there's her naked in it. Yeah, that's right, I use burned up bodies and dead people, and sometimes nudies in the videos on Pepperbox, especially if it's, you know, Angry Meme Review. So, all right.
Burned up bodies. What's that?
See you next time, weirdos. The United States Navy. Where did that come from?
I've never seen this huge channel before. Kind of cool. Yeah, maybe I was thinking we probably had internet as long as we were within a certain distance from the shore. Maybe that's how it worked. Hard to remember now. I definitely remember going on the ship computer in Sonar and going on the dating website called Kiss. That girl in there ended up being my girlfriend for like most of my stay there. Mm-hmm. I didn't have a personal computer yet. Oh, really? He was still on active duty? You've seen that channel before? Interesting. Temperature dropping in SoCal with the chance of rain. That's not what I want to hear for the kitties.
Heading out towards areas of Disneyland, California Adventure sure is pretty. Now, I really don't think you're going to get a lot of rainfall, even in Anaheim. 107 inch to trace amounts of rainfall, mostly happening in the very early morning hours. The rest of the day, I think you're going to be fine. So again, the chance of rain is there. It'll be cooler. It'll be cloudier. And then over in Santa Monica, you're going to see those temperatures make it up to about 50 degrees and a whole lot of sunshine today. Today, you get to enjoy another very nice day. It's going to be pretty. Sunshine, mid-70s across most of Southern California. And then we wait for our cold front to drop on through. Now, this cold front is going to be sliding down into Southern California late tonight into tomorrow morning. Now, once the cold front passes us, it's always a little colder on the backside of the cold front. So our temperatures tomorrow are going to drop really well from where we are today, a 10-degree drop in some areas. So just keep that in mind. It's going to feel a whole lot different tomorrow. This morning it's chilly. We have 47 degrees over into Santa Clarita, down into Van Nuys, 47. It's 50 degrees right now into Ontario.
It was 41 in Long Beach today.
And the temperatures over in Hawthorne, 52, 41 degrees right now over in Long Beach. All right, hourly forecast for you.
It was 41 degrees this morning to the kitties. Holy
shit. For San Bernardino. So anywhere from our Inland Empire out towards our
valley, got down to like 49.
Very similar temperatures. We'll eventually see those temps fall to 57 at about 8 o'clock. And there it is, that 20% chance of some rainfall coming in as early as 8 o'clock tonight. I don't really think it's going to really transpire to much. And most of our models say it's not going to really happen until about midnight for most areas inland. And so beyond that, it looks like some very light showers for most communities. Some places like our coastline parts of Orange County, Los Angeles could sit out a lot of this. It fills in a little bit better through the morning tomorrow, but then it's really just gone and out of here. And we are also left, and I am excited about this, and I do think this part of the forecast will come through. Snowfall in the mountains. Wouldn't that be great? We're going to get some mountain snowfall out there. And the hope is we get more than we think we're going to get, about 1 to 2 inches.
I wasn't going to watch this long, but I was thinking maybe your titty would pop out. It's not going to happen, though. I got to give up on that one.
Recent events, whether the COVID-19 pandemic,
Oversight
the presence of
Committee
highly pathogenic
holds
avian
hearing
influenza
on
in dairy
preparation
cattle,
for
or the
the
emergency-induced
next
supply
pandemic.
chain disruptions that we're seeing with Hurricanes Helene and Milton, have all underscored the need to continue to optimize our nation's preparedness and response capabilities. We know the profound impact that public health emergencies and our ability to respond to them have on American lives. This can range from how global supply chains affect access to foods and medical products, to the value and importance of vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics to address those public health threats, reduce suffering, and ultimately save lives. The additional authorities and funding requested in the fiscal year 2025 President's budget are necessary to address future public health threats effectively. Specifically for FDA, our public health preparedness priorities are: 1, providing greater transparency into supply chains; 2, fostering medical countermeasure development; and 3, ensuring operational readiness and surge capacity within the agency. So first, supply chains. We need greater transparency into supply chains to help ensure access to critical medical products. Supply chains are subject to a range of market forces that are well beyond FDA's scope. For example, generic drugs, particularly generic sterile injectables, are most vulnerable to shortage. We know this, but that's due to market dynamics, including competition, investment needs, and uncertain demand, all dynamics beyond the FDA's scope. FDA has worked within its current authorities to find ways to prevent and mitigate medical product shortages. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, we've worked with manufacturers to successfully mitigate or prevent 586 drug, biologic, and medical device shortages. We rely on notifications from manufacturers to help prevent supply disruptions, and we've identified changes that could help the agency better mitigate or prevent shortages. Specifically, FDA seeks authorities to require FDA notification when there's increased demand for a product, require manufacturers to report sources of active pharmaceutical ingredients and the extent of manufacturer reliance on them, require labeling to include the original manufacturer and supply chain information, and require manufacturers to notify FDA about interruptions or discontinuances in medical device manufacturing outside of public health emergencies. Second, the COVID-19 pandemic underscored the importance of fostering medical countermeasure development as a preparedness measure. Throughout the COVID-19 response, FDA scientists and employees worked around the clock trying to provide guidance to manufacturers and researchers, minimizing the time between clinical development, manufacturing scale-up, and regulatory review. This is how FDA was able to help make critical medical countermeasures, especially COVID-19 vaccines, available as quickly as possible based on our stringent scientific and regulatory standards.
Protesters clashed with police in Peru at the APEC summit. It's supposed to be live. It just started 65 seconds ago. Come here. I need to vacuum. Oh, you're done, lady. Come in with it. You're not allowed to use your arms. You're allowed to shoulder them, but it seems like if you use your hands or arms, they can take you. Biden's there right now. Biden's trip to Peru will include last meeting with China's president. This protest would be 3 times, 4 times as big, 10 times as big if Trump was president going to Peru. They let us back in, fascist. Let us have our stuff. Peru built America. We are America. We will flood your gates whenever Democrats are in office again. Long live Peru.
Y hemos querido volverte, tiene su brazo armado. China Boluarte maneja las pistolas. China Boluarte maneja los fusiles. China Boluarte maneja las escopetas. China Boluarte maneja la Policía Nacional. No son policías, son terroristas. No son policías, son terroristas. Debemos tener justicia para el pueblo. ¡Amén! ¡Escucha! ¡La patria no se vende! ¡Amén! ¡Escucha! ¡La patria no se vende!
What is this saying?
We used to do this, but we've learned to trust experts over brands, and veterinarians have been warning pet parents not to do this for years now.
What?
I'm going to show you 3 things that you do not want to do with your dog or cat's kibble, and by the end of this video, you'll have a clear understanding of why these habits are dangerous, as well as how to properly store your pet's food to prevent illness. The first thing we don't want to do with our pet's food is combine their old food with their new food, and I think this is a great time to talk about best by dates. I used to think that best by dates meant once I got the food and started feeding it, I had until that date before the food actually went bad. And this is not the case. The best by date represents how long the food is good for, as long as the food stays sealed and unopened.
Oh no.
The best by date no longer applies once you actually open the bag. So what's the new date we have to abide by once the food is exposed to air? 4 to 6 weeks.
Oh,
so let's say we have a new food that we just bought that once we open it, it expires in 6 weeks. And we have an old food that we've been feeding for a while, it expires in 2 weeks. If you take the old food, even the last little bits at the bottom, and dump them on top of the new food, you're now contaminating that new food and giving it a new expiration date of 2 weeks. Instead, try feeding all of the old food first before you even open the new bag, and be sure to keep them separate from each other. The second thing we don't want to do with our pet's kibble is store it in direct sunlight. Now, this one may seem obvious, but the reason sprayed with fat start to go at, but it may not have enough nutrients for breeding ground. For starters, kibble is often sprayed with fats after it's done cooking, and they do this to make the food taste better. When fats are exposed to sunlight, they start to go rancid very quickly, and rancid fats can make our dogs and cats really sick. Not only that, but essential nutrients like vitamin A, E, and omega fatty acids are also very light sensitive, so when they get exposed to sunlight, they're going to start degrading very quickly, which results in a pet food that may not have enough nutrients for your dog or cat. Sunlight can also create moisture in pet food, and moisture creates a breeding ground for mold. Consuming mold can lead to a bunch of nasty things, one of the worst being a mycotoxin present in the mold that can result in muscle tremors, seizures, and be life-threatening in extreme cases. What we want to do instead is store the food in a dark, cool place, ideally under 80 degrees Fahrenheit or 26 degrees Celsius. The third thing we don't want to do with our pet's kibble is take the bag, cut a giant hole in the top, and dump the entire thing into a plastic container. There are many reasons for this. Number one, if you don't buy a food-safe plastic container, chemicals from the plastic can actually leach into your pet's food, causing a whole host of issues. But let's say you do buy a food-safe container, like this really popular one from Amazon. Well, there are still big differences between regular plastic food containers and bags of kibble that are specifically designed to keep food fresh. Pet food bags often have multiple layers of material. It's usually things like plastic and foil that are great at keeping not only air out of the food, but also sunlight. We talked earlier about not storing pet food in sunlight, and while we still wouldn't recommend it even if you leave it in the bag is going to give you so much more protection with those multiple layers. But let's say we buy one that doesn't let light in. Can we now dump the kibble into that? Plastic is really only durable to a certain extent. When we take something hard and crunchy like kibble and repeatedly scrape it against that plastic, we can actually create what we call micro slits in the plastic itself. These slits are great at trapping fats in them, and even when you clean that container, you're still not going to get everything out. So those fats stay in there, they go rancid, and then every new batch of food we dump into the container is now contaminated with rancid fats. But let's say you buy a container, it's food safe, it doesn't let light in, and it's not plastic. Maybe it's metal or glass. Can you now dump the food into that container? Don't get me wrong, storing your pet's food in a glass or high quality metal container that's airtight is for sure going to keep your food fresh. With the glass, you still have to deal with the light issue, but if you store it in a dark cabinet, you can bypass that. But take a look at this bag of pet food. If you zoom in here, you see this lot number. So when companies have a recall, they, or the FDA, will put out a notice letting pet parents know which foods were affected, and they use the lot number for that. So if you take your bag of food and you dump it into any style container and throw the bag out, you no longer know if your food is contaminated with a recall that might be going on. Now, with all that being said, let's talk about how to properly store your dog or cat's kibble. But real quick, if you're finding any value at all in these videos, we would be honored if you would hit that subscribe button. When we buy a new pet food, we first make sure to feed the rest of the old food before opening up the new bag. Once all the old food is eaten, we take the new bag and we cut a hole in the top. Remember, we now have 4 to 6 weeks until this goes bad. Instead of dumping the food into the container, we're going to plop the entire bag in there. Then we'll close up the airtight lid and store it far away from any sunlight.
Why even have a
dark place.
fucking
now that
container,
you know how to properly
you
store
weirdo?
your dog's kibble, you might want to learn how to upgrade it and take it from this to this. That video's right here.
What? What are you fucking doing over here? This is too much, buddy. If you're gonna do all this, you might as well feed him wet food. Right? I don't know. I guess dogs, it doesn't really matter with the dry versus wet like it does for cats. But yeah, go ahead, man. Give your dog a buffet every morning. Holy shit. This guy. He's better than me. Better person than me. Dude, I saw this video this morning of Canadian people in the military, soldiers marching. Let's see if I have it upvoted here. Oh, I didn't upvote it. Okay. I upvoted it. Nope. They were all at its time though. Uniforms, they had beards and shit. It was weird. Or they don't even have to know English to join the Canadian military. Four women sue Idaho over abortion ban. No! I knew he was leaving. Aldi's closing.
Out of nowhere, a Southside grocery store packs up and moves out.
Yeah, her
Aldi
titty though. You know what I'm saying?
Store, leaving
it's got a nice
residents and
roundness
officials
to
alike
it.
concerned about what's next.
I think that would fit
Casey
my hand
Carnes
nicely,
has the
actually.
latest.
It looks like
Shoppers
I
were
could
inside for
fit
the
that
last
perfectly.
time Sunday, but most of them had no idea they wouldn't be back. Aldi's decision to close means an existing food desert has grown wider. At 115,
I could be the one for her.
Another
Somebody's got to hold those
and
things.
Another disappointment to residents.
We don't have any local stores to
Keep
shop and
them
get some of our
perky.
pharmacy needs, some of our food needs, and things that we need to just make it from day to day.
Without much warning, Aldi has closed. All of its signage now gone.
They even took the cards too, dang. They took the cards too.
Not the
also
cards.
means accessing
Is she gonna
fresh
take
food
one?
just got harder.
Walkability is important.
The homeless people probably took all the cards.
On the same corner, Walgreens
Yeehaw.
closed last year. It was then that 21st Ward Alderman Ronnie Mosley says he spoke with Aldi representatives who assured him they were here to stay and even expressed interest in remodeling.
It was shocking to get a call out of the blue, not saying that they are about to start renovation, but
the
they were doing
economy.
the opposite.
The economy is
has
booming,
also left
man.
residents like Tanya Squalls
This
and
is a
Melissa
lie.
Durham Richards frustrated.
I was on my way here. I looked and I said, oh my God, they're closed. And I'm trying to figure out why they're closed because I shop here all the time. I come here often and I see
That's
many
so shit,
older people
dude.
coming, shopping in a smaller,
Actually,
compact
it
store.
sucks when this
they knew where
happens.
everything was at and knew what to get and grab. I mean, it was economical and
I had this
affordable.
happen to a
The
place
same
that was
goes
near
for
me
Abu
here in Long
Nuruddin,
Beach.
who walks about 4 blocks to get here.
What's the reason, Aldi's? Because this is a busy store. People shop here daily.
You went shoplifting.
Aldi didn't offer reasons for the closure, but called the decision a difficult one, writing in part, "We thank the community for their years of loyalty and look forward to seeing them in nearby stores soon." A rep for Aldi adds the employees who worked here have been given the option to transfer to another location of their choosing. In West Pullman, Casey Cronus, Fox 32, Chicago.
You're mine now. Are they still protesting?
Now let's have a look at this next dude who identifies as a dudette, and he's got some advice for the ladies in light of this election result.
Hey,
that one.
Fellow ladies out there.
Yo. That dude just said, my fellow ladies. Women need to fucking denounce this stupid shit, dude, because this is what happens. Ladies are the ones that are enabling, approving. They're the fire. They are the stokers of the flames for these people. Women do this. There are hardly any dudes that are like, yeah, man, you look like the chick. Keep at it, dude. Whatever your heart, you know. It's gotta be some women that are razzing this dude up, making him think that this is a good idea or something. It's y'all's fault. Y'all doing this to yourselves, fellow ladies.
So men think they own you. Take it from somebody that used to be a man. You got boobs. You got a vajayjay. Guess what, honey? You own them. Trust me, they want it. Make them earn it.
That's more than a little creepy, Ollie. I'll get your comment after this next clip. This is another white dude for Kamala who says Trump winning is not going to stop him from going into women's locker rooms.
For the rest of you who voted for a convicted felon, same goes for you. I go where I please. I use the women's restroom, I use the women's locker rooms, and I will continue to do so, whether you like it or not.
Ollie, the excesses of the
trans
agenda.
The thing is, if that dude gets punched by some chick that's like sees him and is like, why is there a dude in the bathroom? Ah! And freaks out and punches him, they'll probably get charged with a hate crime. Especially if they've ever said anything in social media where they don't appreciate trannies. It's just what all they'll need is one. If they got a public profile and they're able to get that and the DA sees it, oh yeah, that's a hate crime. Like if it made the news, like, so a woman punches tranny in the restroom and then the public gets a hold of her Facebook and blasts it somewhere, like Reddit or Twitter, and multiple people see it, oh, she's cooked, dude. You know what I mean? That's what would happen. I bet. Like me, if I punched, well, I mean, I'm not gonna punch a female in the dude's restroom. But like if I were the other way around, if I were female with what I've said in the past, and I did that, I would get arrested and hate crime.
Really were an issue during this election. Of course, the border, the economy were the top line issues, but it's very clear that culture war issues, if you want to call them that, particularly the trans agenda, were enormously significant, not just for Trump's traditional base, but for a lot of independent voters that opted for Trump this time round.
Yeah, this is one of the key issues with this election. You know, Trump has vowed to ban biological males in women's sports. He's also said he's going to do a federal ban on children being medically transitioned, so anyone under the age of 18. So clearly these white dudes for Harris aren't taking this very well. And, you know, they're saying they're standing with women regarding abortion rights, but these aren't actual women. You know, they believe they're women. They feel they're entitled to use women's restrooms. Well, they've got another thing coming on January 20th when Trump takes charge, because he's going to make sure that women feel safe in their spaces and that biological males on invading his spaces, but also said that Trump is a great ally of LGBT people. You know, he's a great friend with Caitlyn Jenner. He's
these weirdos that are looking for any excuse they can. Like, it might not be every tranny out there, but it gives the weirdos the ability. The ones that aren't actually tranny, that just want to go into a female restroom. Just all you gotta do is act like you're a trans, and now you get to go in and do whatever you want and possibly do some nefarious shit. And it's the same as our society getting used to people wearing masks. That also needs to go away, because it gives people more of an ability to do something nefarious. We normalize masks, we normalize trannies in restrooms. Doing that is dangerous. Well, for women and for the masks, for everybody.
Very much supportive of people, however they identify. You know, he judges them based on merit, based on who they are as a person, but he's not going to allow men into women's spaces and to have children transitioning. So that's a key Trump policy, and I think that was one of the main reasons why many women and also parents felt the need to vote for Trump.
Now, Joy Reid, she's an MSNBC anchor, a regular in Lefties Losing It. She's now attacking self-loathing lefty white women.
See, why weren't more people, I'm sorry, but why weren't more people when women would say, he's trying to take my rights away? Why weren't people saying, well, what about Kamala trying to, well, I guess they were with the tampons in their boys' restrooms, but they should have been hitting maybe more allowing men in women's restrooms, because that's what that administration was pushing. To allow men in women's restrooms. And isn't that taking away women's rights? Which is worse, having to have men, like, do women really not care about that? I mean, me as a dude, I don't care if a woman's in my restroom. That's different, though. A woman's not going to try to stick their dick in me. You know what I mean? Or my daughter. Or something, or my little boy. Like, if I had a son, like a woman's not going to try. I don't have to worry so much about that. But a dude in a woman's restroom, there's a lot of crazy dudes out there, man. That's risky. They're trying to normalize that shit. Thank God Trump's doing away with it.
Attacking self-loathing lefty white women, the only people who actually watch her show.
I just want to give some free advice to the white progressives, particularly white progressive women who may be thinking about marching against the Trump victory, maybe putting back on the P-word hats and doing that thing. I would just say probably don't send any of those invites to any black women you know. I'm just going to tell you right now, they're not coming. I think black women are now on the Save Black Women, Prioritize Black Men, and prioritize black communities, black businesses, and you know, the black spaces, but Save America, Save the Democratic Party. Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
What do you make of that, Ollie? Some of these race-obsessed commentators, the ones on CNN, MSNBC, number of other networks, they just will not let go of this identity politics. No matter how divisive, destructive it is, they cling to it and they're doubling down.
Well, let's just say there's nothing joyful about Joy Reid. She is one of MSNBC's biggest race baiters. And, you know, she's always going on about race when, you know, people don't generally look at race. People judge people based on character, based on who they are as a person, you know. So she's trying to divide people. She's trying to divide her progressive viewers. And, you know, she needs to cling on to those viewers because her ratings are down over 50%. MSNBC is struggling. You know, they just beat CNN with the election coverage, just over 5 million viewers, which is considerably down from 2016 and 2020. So she needs to hang on to those voters and those viewers. And she's already alienating people with this race baiting. And, you know, there's just no need for it because there are genuine concerns for the black community in America. But it doesn't help when you have someone like Joy Reid constantly race baiting, making everything about race. And, you know, people don't look at people based on race. People just judge people based on who they are as a person.
Well, there is an issue. Joy Reid does represent a certain demographic, you have to say. Yes, you're right. Her audience has absolutely plummeted by more than 50%. But I don't know what it is, but you look at how all those demographics are shifting and people are thinking more freely, so they're not feeling obliged to vote a certain way just because of their ethnicity or their gender. But when it comes to black women, only 7% went Republican. That is a voter bloc that has been unshakable. So I guess she's speaking to that demographic. Now let's have a look at this hateful girl, a little bit weird, a little bit hateful, and she seems to have some delusions of grandeur.
I'm so excited for, and I fully support this movement of making mainly men's lives, but really anyone who voted for Trump's lives miserable. I'm really enjoying all this content about tormenting them, so keep it up.
And this next gal is she's a conformist sheep, but she thinks she's a rebel. Sorry, love, but having lots of piercings and metal in your face doesn't make you a rebel.
Let me be very, very clear when I say this. If you are an alternative person, punk, goth, however you classify yourself in the alternative community, and you support Trump, no, you're not. No, you're not.
Ollie, in the modern age, the rebels are the conservatives. Every institution now, from government bodies to the corporate world to academia to Hollywood, media, is dominated by the left. The rebels are on the right.
Yeah, absolutely. The free speech advocates, the people that are happy to have a debate and discussion are now the conservatives. They've become the cool kids. And I think that's a big shift we've seen with Trump during this election. It actually became cool for Generation Z to support Trump, whereas in 2016, it was kind of taboo because you'd be labeled racist, you'd be labeled xenophobic. But now
2020 for real.
Huge numbers of young people come out, and Generation X as well have been huge supporters of Trump. So we've seen that shift, and the liberal Karens are having an absolute meltdown, and these are the people that don't like debate, Rita. They don't want to have a sensible discussion, and one of their key issues was abortion rights, and now many of them are going on strike. They're shaving their hair, saying men aren't allowed to go near them, and I just think it's complete delusion.
I don't think too many men mind. I don't think too many men mind. Let's just end with this last clip. This genius has a cunning plan to stop Trump's second term.
Okay, so we could actually stop DJT from becoming elected because they would be accused of very serious crimes such as treason and perhaps colluding with a foreign entity, things like that. It's highly unlikely that they would move forward with Inauguration Day.
I want someone to save that cat, the poor kitty, having to listen to all that. Ollie London, we're right out of time. Thank you so much for your time this evening. Appreciate it.
Thanks. A pleasure, Rita.
Rita, Bobita, Banana, Fana, Fofita, me, my, Momita, Rita. Yeah. Is Senator Mitch McConnell blittering? Let's hear him.
Relying on the professionalism of so many unsung heroes.
He's about to lose his job, isn't he?
I'm very much looking forward to taking on this next chapter from a different seat here on the floor.
He gets
before the year is out, I'd like to continue thanking the many individuals and teams who have served this institution so well during my time as Republican leader. I've had the privilege of working with consummate experts and relying on the professionalism of so many unsung heroes. Take the office of the Sergeant at Arms. Under the leadership of a distinguished career Army officer, Karen Gibson, and with the deep bicameral experience of senior staff like Jennifer Hemingway, the SAA shoulders enormous responsibilities. From the day-to-day security procedures to telecommunications infrastructure. I'm particularly grateful to the staffs of the Protocol Office, whose work helps us navigate the most solemn and visible occasions, the Chief Information Office, Telecom, and Help Desk, who keep essential communications and technology across the Senate running smoothly. Capitol Facilities, including Gary Connie Richardson, who clean and maintain this magnificent building and the campus around it with unfailing care. The Employee Assistance Program, who help dedicated public servants around the Senate access important resources. The doorkeepers and press gallery, who carefully control access to this chamber and make constituents feel welcome.
Is he leaving completely?
The Appointments Desk, who greet and direct a steady stream of distinguished visitors, in particular Patty Riley, who's made a habit of sharing a daily word of motivation with my Chief of Staff. The Senate Recording Studio and Photo Studio, who capture the Senate for posterity. And the offices of printing, graphics, and direct mail and state office operations, who put Senate business within reach for the American people. And the Office of Security, Emergency Preparedness, and Continuity, whose careful attention, training, and planning ensure that the Senate is able to discharge its constitutional duties. Even
17 years he's been doing this.
Everyone whose work under the Sergeant at Arms keeps the Senate safe and operating smoothly.
Wow.
Thank you very much. Now, every day, my team also relies on the work of several more teams working under the leadership of the Secretary of the Senate, Ann Berry, and her professional staff, like Sidney Butler. Stretching from here on forward to outposts across the Senate campus, the Secretary's office is involved in a dizzying array of critical operations. I'd like to thank the staffs of the Senate Library, who collect and maintain a rich archive of institutional knowledge and help senators and staff tap into it. The Senate Historical Office, the Office of the Senate Curator, and the Office of Conservation and Preservation, including the Frame Shop, who dedicate deep expertise to understanding the Senate's history and maintaining its home here in the Capitol for posterity. The Office of Senate Security, who maintain our ability to conduct oversight and address highly sensitive matters of national security here in the Capitol. The Office of Interparliamentary Services, particularly Sally Walsh, who support Senate delegations and conferences abroad. The Office of Printing and Document Services, the Daily Digest, and the Office of Captioning Services, who carefully transcribe, format, and preserve Senate proceedings and make them accessible to all Americans. The Stationery Room and the Senate Gift Shop, who keep every office supply closet well stocked and other mementos for other occasions. The Dispersing Office, who diligently process all the Senate compensation and patiently answer all manner of staff questions. The faculty and staff of the Page School, under the leadership of Principal Joshua Dorsey, who make the Page program such an enriching experience for bright, aspiring public servants throughout the year. And of course, the Secretary's most visible teams here on the Senate floor. From our formidable parliamentarian, Elizabeth McDonough, and her capable team, Lee Hildebrand, Christy Amados, and Josh Moscow. Our bill clerk, Lindsay Gimmeyer, and her team, Brian Lepperts, Mark Amato, and Emily Harris. Enrolling clerk, Cassie Bird, along with Alice Lasky. Executive clerk, Rachel Creviston, along with Alana Scott.
Did he still win Kentucky, though? I can't find it.
Journal clerk, Megan Pickle, along with Adam Gottlieb and Skylar Mansell. And our dulcet-toned legislative clerks, John Marino and Marianne Clarkson. So to all of you who devote yourselves to the important work of the Secretary's office, thank you so much. There are, of course, still many more proud members of the Senate family who deserve our thanks, including the youngest members of the institution. So, Mr. President, if I may speak directly to our impressive class of pages here on the floor, it's not easy throwing a full-time job on top of full-time schoolwork. And we are so grateful for your interest in public service and for all you do to keep this place humming. We're glad you're here, and we'll be proud to watch as you step into careers of leadership and service. I also want to thank Chaplain Black, and his staff, including Suzanne Chappis, an honorary member of the MAC team, who tend with grace and care to the spiritual needs of a flock who so often carry heavy weights, as well as the staffs of the architect of the Capitol, who manage the many moving pieces of an ancient building and its many occupants. The Rules Committee, who oversee the protocol that keeps the Senate a safe and smoothing functioning environment for conducting the American people's business. The Congressional Budget Office, the Congressional Research Office, whose work informs many of the most consequential votes we cast. The Office of Legislative Counsel, who work often in demanding circumstances under tight deadlines to put the will of the Senate and the nation on paper. The Office of Senate Legal Counsel and the Chief Counsel for Employment, whose sober assessments and reliable representation are a tremendous asset to the members and staff of the Article I branch. The Office of Attending Physician, whose care helps the Senate meet mundane ailments and grave public health challenges alike. The Food Service Program, who feed thousands of daily meals, both delicious and nutritious, and greet staff and visitors alike with a smile. And the Training and Development Office, who help cultivate professional excellence among Senate staff at all stages of their careers. Now, I could go on thanking the outstanding members of the Senate staff a good while longer, and in the coming weeks, I will. But for today, I'll close with the men and women who form the Senate's first line of defense, the U.S. Capitol Police, and in particular the Senate
He was up for re-election.
All of the other work we do possible. They ensure the senators and their staff can work in safety, that members of the public can visit in safety, and that this institution carries on in the face of very real threats to its security.
I couldn't find it.
As I look back on my time in party leadership, I'm particularly grateful for the devoted service of the members of the Dignitary Protection Division, who safeguard the continuity of our government by surrounding me and other senior leaders with around-the-clock security. Sometimes it's meant spending long hours on the road. Other times it's meant making split-second decisions that avert danger. And in every case, I've been so fortunate to have these professionals on duty. So to members of my detail, past and present, to members of the Senate Division here in the chamber and across the campus, and to the entire force of the Capitol Police, my staff and I are deeply grateful for your service and your sacrifice. So as I said, Mr. President, the work of thanking the outstanding staff who have made my job easier over the years continues. I look forward to paying tribute to more of them very soon.
Well, no, I knew you were going to leave, Simon. I knew it. I could sense it. That's why I was getting all the pets in. I can't remember if he ate anything after 7:30 or not. Well, they pretty much ate almost all the food for breakfast. That's cool. Really stretch those bowls out. Looks. He might be hungry for lunch. Seems like he's still hungry. Paw, chicken head. Good. Reusable hand warmers that get hot by freezing. Wow, that's wild.
I want to show you something really cool. Well, actually, it's hot, but well, it's not yet. Here is both tedious and energy intensive, but the physical process by which these work is quite fascinating, and they do have at least one advantage compared to other options. Speaking of other options, here's another option. This is the traditional not reusable one. These products have been around for a long while and are quite inexpensive, and usually they have a pun adjacent name like Hot Hands or Lil Hotties. I approve. To use them, you simply tear open plastic packaging, which exposes the warmer to air, and after a few minutes, it starts producing heat. How do they work? Well, I'm afraid I'm a little rusty. Oh wait, right, it's rust. How ironic. These contain a mixture of iron and other support chemicals which help the iron quickly oxidize when exposed to oxygen in the air. This redox reaction is exothermic, so it gives off heat. When you use these, you literally hold on to a little pouch of powders, one of which the iron quickly rusts, creating heat. Eventually all the iron is oxidized, and at that point the warmer is spent and can be disposed of. These are really quite interesting on their own, but you can't see the reaction occurring because it happens in this opaque pouch, which it clearly tells you not to open, puncture, or tear. Fortunately, I have scissors and a propensity to ignore safety instructions.
Cool. I've never seen one of these opened up and activated.
But here we go. What's in here is a very deep black powder. Activated carbon, aka activated charcoal, is responsible for the color. That charcoal isn't part of the reaction. Instead, it's used as a source of thermal mass to help evenly distribute the heat produced. When it's all exposed to air like this, the reaction happens quite a bit more quickly than it does in the warmer with its semi-permeable membrane. You can actually see some steam coming from it. One of the support materials in here is there specifically to provide a source of water for the reaction. It can be any number of things, but one common material is vermiculite, a silicon-based mineral that contains water. You can actually see some water droplets forming on the bottom of this container, and they are coming from this powder and not the ambient air. We know that because this is getting hot, thus ambient moisture cannot condense on it. Because these pouches are filled with nothing but commonly available substances, they're quite inexpensive, and the materials in here are all fairly inert, meaning that no special consideration needs to be given to their disposal. It's basically just a packet of rocks and rust when it's used up, making it mostly harmless. Although the chemical makeup of these does vary from brand to brand and even between offerings within the same brand. The reaction is very simple, but can be tuned to happen more quickly for faster heat or more slowly for longer lasting heat, depending on various factors. So the chemical composition of these is usually quite similar, but by no means identical. But of course, they are one and done. Once you open it, there's no going back. It's hard to notice through all the activated carbon, but you can definitely see a difference in color between spent and fresh hand warmer contents. The spent one looks a bit browner, thanks to the iron now being iron oxide, rust. Macro shots help reveal the oxide particles. Once all the iron's been oxidized, there's nothing you can do but throw it away. These, on the other hand, work through a reaction that's entirely reversible. And that's because it's not a reaction exactly. Instead, it's our friend latent heat popping up again. Sometimes it prefers you call it enthalpy. Combine it with another fun phenomenon, califragilistic supersaturation, and you've got a phase change material capable of delivering heat on
demand. That's a real word? Supercalifragilistic some shit? That's what it sounded like. Is this real? Califragilistic supersaturation? Wait, is supercalifragilistic? Is that the Aladoja, whatever? Is that a real word, actually? It must be. What the fuck is that? Yo, can I look this up? Oh, why can't I move? I didn't. Whoa, you can move. Oh, you can move the. Oh, yeah, you can move the closed captions with your mouse now to different parts of the screen. That's interesting. Is that a real word? It must be. If we saying it that serious, it must be.
Califragilistic supersaturation, and you've got a phase change material capable of delivering heat on demand. What's in this pouch is a solution of sodium acetate trihydrate and water. Sodium acetate trihydrate is a crystalline compound with a melting point of 58 degrees Celsius, or about 136 Fahrenheit. Now, believe it or not, I don't set my thermostat that high. It's currently about 18 degrees Celsius in this room, something like 65 Fahrenheit, and yet this remains a liquid. It's a fairly viscous liquid, but liquid nonetheless. That's because this solution is both supercooled and supersaturated. It contains more dissolved sodium acetate than is ordinarily possible at this temperature, and more importantly, the solution is below the freezing point of sodium acetate. This supercooling can happen to many substances. You've probably seen one of those viral videos where a water bottle is frozen, but not, and then jostling it causes it to nearly instantly freeze. In that case, the water remained a liquid below its freezing point until it was disturbed. It was supercooled. That's more or less what's going on right here, except rather than water, the substance in question is the sodium acetate dissolved in it. Sodium acetate is useful in this situation for two reasons. One, it has a rather high melting point, and two, in solution, it's remarkably easy to supercool. Once it's all melted and dissolved in a solution, that solution remains liquid well below its freezing point, and that's what's happening here. This solution is what's known as metastable. It's in a sort of in-between state. Not really frozen, obviously, but not really melted either. The sodium acetate is colder than its melting point, yet still molten. And here's the important thing. When it does freeze, it will release heat energy. That's our friend latent heat showing up again. Just as there's a latent heat of vaporization, the energy needed to get a substance to move from the liquid phase to the gaseous phase, there's also a latent heat of fusion, the energy needed to get a solid substance to melt. Fusion is another word for melting, see? Materials in the liquid phase contain more energy than they do in the solid phase, and since this is currently a liquid, yet it's colder than the freezing point of sodium acetate, it's got more energy in it than it really should, in a manner of speaking. It managed to cool below its freezing point without actually freezing, which means it hasn't released its latent heat of fusion. The energy it took to get it to melt is still here because it's still molten. Pressing on or bending the metal disc, though, will fix that. Remember, it's metastable, or stable but barely. When the tiny cuts in the metal disc scrape past each other, they create a disturbance great enough to cause a crystal of solid sodium acetate to form in the solution. This creates a nucleation site. Sometimes this is called seeding, and this breaks the metastable state. A chain reaction occurs, and a front of crystals quickly forms, radiating away from the activation site. This is the sodium acetate precipitating out of the solution and solidifying. In moments, the entire thing is frozen, and counterintuitively, hot. As the sodium acetate falls out of the solution and crystals form, in other words, as it freezes, it releases the stored latent heat of fusion and heats up right about to its freezing point. It can be a little mind-bending to think of it as freezing while also getting hot, but that's precisely what happens.
Crazy.
The freezing point of sodium acetate isn't cold, like ice. As a matter of fact, there was a weird viral thing going around some years ago called hot ice. That was this exact substance, though, not in a pouch like you see here. And it generates heat extremely quickly. Take a look in a thermal camera and you'll see that the instant it solidifies, it's hot. It doesn't quite reach the freezing point of sodium acetate trihydrate, but it's pretty close. Just look at my hands compared to the hand warmer. They're quite a bit colder. Luckily, it doesn't all freeze immediately. After the crystals have spread out, you can knead this thing and you'll discover that it's pretty soft. It feels almost like lightly packed snow, but warm. The sensible heat energy released as the initial crystallization occurred brings the entire volume up to the freezing point, which again is anything but what we would call cold, and some liquid solution hangs around. The latent heat it contains is slowly released as more acetate falls out of solution and continues freezing. Over time, these things get stiffer and stiffer, and by the time they're all used up, it's quite firm and inflexible. Every single time I've used one of these, it's a fascinating experience. The idea that something can just spontaneously release energy by freezing is wild, and it's a delightful sight to behold. Something about seeing the crystals propagate like this is just amazing. The most recent set that I got came with a couple of much larger heating pads, and it's mesmerizing to see this occur. Just look at that.
Yo, that'd be dope on mushrooms or acid or something.
One thing I've learned is that these aren't all created equal. I was trying to get an interdimensional portal going, so I got these ones too. So far, no luck with the portal, but the orange ones are just better. They produce heat for longer, and I suspect the reason they do is that there's more sodium acetate in this solution than in the blue ones. When these are spent, they are incredibly solid, practically rock-like. The blue ones, though, remain a bit soft and somewhat flexible, even once at room temperature. I suspect the blue ones have more water in them than the orange ones, which keeps them more flexible at the expense of runtime. So how are these reusable? Well, you may have already guessed. You simply need to melt them again. And to do that, you boil them, like a weird egg. Bring water to a boil, add a used pad, and keep the water simmering until the entire thing has melted. I usually go for a few minutes more because if you don't get every last crystal to melt and dissolve, the remaining crystals will prevent it from supersaturating, and it will simply freeze again as it cools. You know, like things normally do. But assuming it did melt completely, as it cools down, it'll sneakily slip right past its freezing point without releasing its latent heat of fusion. It'll save that for later, providing an intriguing and effective source of portable heat. By the way, in normal circumstances, for instance with plain water, when it cools to the freezing point, it will effectively pause getting colder as it freezes. No matter how cold the temperature is around it, a given quantity of water will just stay at the freezing point until it's all frozen. Only then, after it's released all the latent heat of fusion, can it get below its freezing point. That's how latent heat normally behaves, although the rules are bent in all sorts of circumstances. The biggest trouble with these is that, well, they don't work all that well. Initially, they work fantastically. It is near instant heat at its full intensity, which simply does not happen with the rusty ones, or even an electric heating pad for that matter. But their heat output starts falling rapidly after only about 10 minutes. In fact, there's a significant measurable difference after only 5 minutes. You'll get noticeable heat out of them for maybe a half hour, but by then it's already pretty tepid and also quite stiff. Now, as I said, this does seem to depend somewhat on the warmer's acetate concentration, but more important than that is its overall mass and how you use it. These tiny ones came with the blue set. Shocker. And they're next to useless. You get mere minutes of heat before they're used up. There's just too much surface area for the volume of solution inside. The larger orange pads, though, last the longest of any of these. Again, though, that comes at the expense of it being a literal rock by the time it's all over. And the other greatest factor is how you use it. If you leave it exposed to air, say if you're simply holding onto it with bare hands, it will lose its heat rapidly, and whatever liquid acetate remains will freeze faster. Therefore, it gets used up more quickly. If it's somewhat insulated, though, this is delayed and it will last longer. The trouble there is, especially in the beginning, these are borderline uncomfortably hot against bare skin. And of course, well, eventually you'll have a weird rock in your gloves, if you can even fit it in there. Lastly, there's the energy needed to melt them for reuse. This is extremely variable, mind you, but they need a fairly long time in near boiling water to be reset. It takes a fair bit of energy to heat water, especially the quantity needed to reset these large packs. And when you get such poor runtime out of them, it seems almost a futile exercise, especially when you consider the minuscule fraction of the energy used to reactivate these that they are actually able to capture and store for later release. Therefore, I consider these to be more of a novelty than a truly useful object. That said, I will give them one bit of genuine praise. The heat they generate is distinctly different from that of these disposable things. Being a large, dense, solid, hot thing feels more therapeutic to me, and I think for something like applying heat for pain relief, these are pretty decent, if short-lived. Still, if that's a thing you regularly need, I would advise getting an electric heating pad. These are neat, but tedious, and boiling them gets old fast. They're also not cheap. This set of 8 hand warmers was $25. That can buy a lot of disposable hand warmers. In fact, these were 74 cents a pair and can be obtained for even less when bought in bulk. Again, this is just some iron and various rocks. I find it pretty hard to justify these reusable gel packs in a lot of circumstances, honestly, as they fit an incredibly small niche and require far more energy and effort to reuse than I think makes sense, at least to me. But they are very useful at demonstrating the concept of latent heat. There's hidden heat energy in here, because substances in a higher phase of matter have more energy in them thanks to the difference in intermolecular forces between the phases. It's the process of adding that extra energy that gets stuff to melt or vaporize. When you come back down the ladder of phases, that energy gets released as substances condense or solidify. In my eyes, there's nothing that demonstrates this quite so effectively as these things. Take a liquid at room temperature, see it instantly fall from the liquid phase to the solid, and feel the heat it releases as it does so.
I still don't understand how that thing is triggering it, though.
Feel this, but hopefully you see the beauty of this. You know where else we find exploitation of latent heat? Why, refrigeration and air conditioning, of course. The same process of absorbing heat in one place and expelling it in another is responsible for how we cool our homes and keep our food preserved. Yeah, okay, it's nothing like boiling a thing and storing heat energy in its intermolecular bonds to be used for later, but the principle of latent heat, that is the energy absorbed and released as a substance changes phases, is exactly what makes these devices work. And in the next video, weather permitting, it might be the video after the next, we'll talk about heat pumps, using that same principle to make a space warmer.
Bro, I understood about a quarter of what that dude just talked about. Holy cow, that was a lot of information. Yeesh. Amazing, though. Amazing. Super saturated. SPL douches, baby. Hey, if I knew there was going to be a test on it, I would have had it on regular speed and been taking notes or something, you know, but that was the stuff I didn't know anything about. Well, I mean, I've played with crystals a little bit with oversaturation of DMT crystals in solvent and having it crash out or propagate in the freezer. So I might have a little bit more experience with crystals and saturations and stuff in general population. I still, most of that was over my head. Pro-Palestinian demonstration in Israel. I don't know where this is. Probably. Wait, pro-Palestinian? No, they're like in Italy or something. Sports. They call for a global sports ban on Israeli athletes. They're urging the UEFA, FIFA, and International Olympic Committee to act in condemnation of Israel's military actions in Gaza. Yeah, for that. What's happening? These people are still... Oh, Peru's protesting, but apparently they're taking a little protest break. Looks interesting though, doesn't it? Their garb, their traditional garb on the front line. Colors, pretty. Got the women on the front line. They taking notes from Antifa. Look at their helmets. They have a metal mesh on the front. Well, some of them do. Peru, man. Freaking Peru. Machu Picchu. Aliens went there, man. Machu Picchu. Ancient aliens. Look up ancient aliens in Machu Picchu. I'll tell you all about it. Hamas says it's ready to secure a Gaza ceasefire deal immediately, but claims it has not had any serious proposals from Israel in months. An official for a group has told Sky News. Stupid. Where the hostages at? You know what I mean? That's what it boils down to. They've talked. They've already talked. They've already said, you give us hostages, we'll talk. They are not giving the hostages. There's no talk then. Assholes. Oh, this is from an hour ago.
Still have fond feelings for Western North Carolina. I have an uncle who lives just up the road from Asheville. I know about the devastation. One of my best friends for my wedding lives in Asheville as well. But the thing is the reason why we won't do this in a responsible way is because the Senate voted to send all your money to Ukraine. I mean, they voted to send $200 billion to Ukraine. I've been all over the mountains of Appalachia.
Stupid.
When I ask people, would you rather that your senators take care of you here in Asheville or here in Pikeville, here in Appalachia, would you rather them send your money to Ukraine? I don't get anybody wanting to send a penny to Ukraine. Look, you can have all kinds of sympathy in the world for Ukraine, hostility towards Russia being the aggressor nation, but we don't have the money. We're $2 trillion in the hole. Interest this year is going to be $1 trillion. And as far as passing this, I'm willing to let it pass today. He's going to object to passing his own bill today simply because it gets paid for. How crazy is that? Not even let the other side object to it. He's going to object to his own bill. I'm willing to let the bill pass, but take some of the fluff and boondoggle subsidies from the Green New Deal and put it into here. The money's sitting here. We put it into here for disasters. We help Asheville today. Oh, no, it's not the time nor the place to pay for things. The question before the Senate is whether on behalf of the American people, we should borrow and spend an additional $810 million for small business loans. You know who gets small business loans right now? Ukraine. We're funding 60 Minutes did a special on this, funding a purse and dress store in Ukraine. We fund the Ukrainian government pensions. Look, half of our state governments are short in pensions.
Most of the fucking country doesn't know about that, dude. That's old news, too. That's from like a year ago. It's still happening. It's got to. We were funding them to work at home, the government employees, because of COVID and shit. Remember all that?
Our U.S. government is short in pensions, and we're funding them in Ukraine. So some of the same people who want this immediately now, we don't want to pay for it, are happy to pay for crap all over Ukraine, including government salaries and pensions and small business loans to Ukraine. You know what? The job of legislators is to make decisions, to set priorities. We don't have an infinite amount of money, but we do have enough money to take care of them in Asheville and in Virginia. Simply pay for it. But realize the people assembled will object to their own bill today. I'm offering their bill. All we got to do is take some money that's laying around in a pot of money, Green New Deal, boondoggle money going to big corporations, and put it in for disaster. We can do that today. You still want to subsidize green energy? Come back and do that next year. Pay for it now. We don't have to borrow hundreds of millions of dollars to bail this program out. But Congress has a habit of refusing to do what you and I would do if faced with a new and large expense. Congress refuses to cut elsewhere, even when saying yes to every new spending proposal and programs that has led to record high inflation. Americans have been forced to learn the hard way that they are the ones who have to pay for Congress's addiction to spending. And so I offer a fiscally responsible path to pay for the bill. Spare Americans from increasing the hidden tax of inflation. My amendment would rescind $810 million from the Department of Energy's boondoggle green new energy deals. It's a $4.75 billion program that has had repeated bankruptcies in it previously.
3 times. I don't even know what the hell that means.
It's absurd to force taxpayers to subsidize rich companies with vast resources of their own to gamble on energy projects that the private sector finds too risky. And actually, it should be about priorities. The people in Asheville or the Green New Deal? No, this is the best time to put them in contrast. Not some other time when people are not hurting, when people can't see the contrast.
I lost a D-Live viewer.
Everybody in Asheville should wake up today and find out their senators are going to reject the disaster money because it's paid for. That's it. They're going to reject taking it from the Green New Deal boondoggle and sending it to Appalachia. It can go today. It can go in 10 minutes. I approve of the money. Just take it from somewhere where it's being wasted. Ideally, I'd take it from Ukraine, but that's not available right now. But a lot of the money went to Ukraine also. A 2015 report from the Government Accountability Office found that when 5 companies defaulted on these Green New Deal loans, The government, the taxpayers, lost $800 million. It's not a good program to begin with, but it's an easy place to go looking for something that is more important, like the people of Asheville and North Carolina. This money would have nearly covered today's disaster loan funding, but was needlessly squandered previously. But there's still money in the fund today. I offered this identical amendment to pay for another bill a month ago, and every Republican voted for it.
Thanks.
So I don't understand why Republicans would rise today and object to a pay-for they all voted for last month. If the Small Business Administration must have this additional money, the least we can do is respect the taxpayers and act as good stewards for their money. Therefore, I ask the senator to modify his request to include my amendment, which is at the desk. This would allow the bill to pass if my amendment is attached to it. The amendment be considered and agreed to. The bill as further amended be agreed to, and that the motions to consider be considered made and laid upon the table.
The Senator shall modify his request. Senator from North Carolina.
Reserving the right to object, Mr. President.
That guy. So, Boondog, thanks, Steve. Wasteful activity, he likes that word, doesn't he? What else is happening? What else is happening? France, Israel, fans gather outside stadium. Heightened tensions. Why? Oh, because France versus Israel? Well, the stream started 77 seconds ago and there's not much going on. They do have a whistle. So there's that, guys. Put it in the book is having a whistle. Sleepy is asleep inside of a litter box. Likes to sleep inside of the Dr. Elsie's litter box. One of her favorite places to sleep. She's a good size for her. Simon's going to go sleep out there for a little while. I guess I need to remember to give him his medicine in 9 minutes. His heart medicine, because right now it's the only thing he's on. Which is a little bit... It's a little concerning because he does have a thyroid issue, or at least he was supposed to. Maybe she got rid of it by biting his throat all the time. Maybe she cured it by biting his throat. Maybe she was sitting here by God. But I think that if he was actually too much thyroid medication, he should have been gaining weight, not losing weight as he wasn't eating. He should have... Oh, motherfucker. Pandemic. You're talking right now? Hold up. Let me see what this asshole has to say. He just... Dude, he just went on a second before I even looked. Dude, this is crazy. It's my dude. Well, not my dude, but it's our dude here for Long Beach. I'm not proud of it.
I now recognize Mr. Garcia from California for 5 minutes of questions.
I did vote for him.
Thank you, witnesses. I want to thank the chairman and the ranking member of the subcommittee for all their work, and obviously, oftentimes, members on this body and committee disagree. I think that it's important to recognize we lost 1.3 million Americans due to the pandemic, single largest loss of life event that we've had in the modern era. There's over 3,000 people in my own city of Long Beach died while I was the mayor, right before I got to Congress. Horrific experience to see what the pandemic did for cities and communities across the country, and of course the world. I want to note a couple things as this is we're closing this committee. I think one is I'm hoping that there's two critical changes that I think are really important on the federal level, bills that I've been working on. I want to note those for all of you. I'm very concerned that still the Department of Health and Human Services does not have the same emergency buying power the Department of Defense has. When we went through the pandemic, much of the...
Do you remember how much shit went to waste during the pandemic? They had pallets of boxes out in the rain that the government had paid for that were just being fucking annihilated by rain. They were unusable at that point because they were medical shit and they were soaked. There was so much overspending in the government during COVID. They had everything they needed, didn't they? What did they need? What were they empty on? This motherfucker. Them and their overspending, the Democrats.
Purchasing of PPE and testing went through DOD because they have emergency power to purchase in bulk and purchase and kind of cut the red tape. That power does not exist for Health and Human Services, where I personally and many others believe is where those purchases and where that direction should be coming from. It should be coming from HHS, not from DOD, or at least it should have the same purchasing power. And so that's something that we're working on. We have a bill on that. The second issue
Let everybody spend the money, sure.
Members of the committee
Fuck you.
is we have to get to a point where we fully fund the CDC's National Wastewater Surveillance System. Can't express how important this is in preventing future pandemics. This is woefully underfunded, and we have a huge opportunity to allow and provide the CDC the resources they need to ensure that we are using this incredible resource now and being able to track viruses and pandemics in the future, and that we're funding this at its full level and not actually cutting the CDC and this program. So those are things that are very concerning to me. And I want to say one other thing which I think is important. It's my last opportunity. Dr. Tabak, I know you're with the NIH, and I just wanted you to just briefly mention what the NIH's responsibility is to prevent pandemics, as this committee is working on.
So we support and conduct the research that informs the actions of my colleagues on this panel. We do long-term basic discovery to learn about viruses.
This motherfucker just grabbed his nostrils and goes during a discussion with a doctor about COVID. Y'all talking about, I would think the Democrats at least would like not touch their face at this time. I'm surprised they don't have masks on. It's can you not, dude? You can get sick just from touching a doorknob and touching your face. You know that's why people get sick most of the time, because during the winter months our noses run not from being sick, because the change in temperature from going outside and inside, outside. Nose will run a little bit from that maybe, and you'll wipe it. You'll touch the doorknob, and that'll be the transfer. You might not even be sick yet, not even know you're sick yet, and then you touch that your hand or your face, man, and you just did it, right? Like it's like people. This is why people were made to wear muzzles or the masks, because we can't trust motherfuckers to not. And people still did it. They would still like pull their mask on and touch their face with their hand and push it back up. So.
We develop key infrastructure.
That's why we had masks, because people are stupid.
In identifying newly emergent organisms, we set up appropriate model systems to test the efficacy of potential countermeasures. We have GMP manufacturing facility.
And Doctor, I would correct to assume that this is a completely nonpartisan organization. The work, it's essential to our nation's security and preparedness. I've met folks that I've worked with at the NIH, and been immense respect for the scientists, doctors, workers that are there. Would you agree it's completely a nonpartisan type of work?
Yes, we certainly are not.
Then I want to just leave us, as a final thought. I'm very, very concerned that someone that could be entrusted with our nation's health, RFK Jr., has recently said, and I quote, that he plans to have a big role in the administration as it relates to health, and has just days ago pledged to gut the NIH, firing hundreds of scientists and researchers on day one. And I'm going to show, this is from ABC News, the headline that just appeared a few days ago, which, if we're talking about pandemic preparedness, and with all due respect to the committee and the work, the fact that we're considering to bring somebody on with no scientific or medical credentials, who's falsely claimed for decades that vaccines cause autism, who has, quite frankly, said just outrageous comments about science and medicine, that this person would come in to gut the NIH, I think is shameful.
That's
I think it's
awesome.
shameful. And Ms. Green, you can clap all you want, but it is shameful, it's dangerous, and if this committee is about pandemic prevention, we should be very concerned as a country that RFK Jr. could be put in charge of health when he is a vaccine denier and has caused great harm to the American public. I want to say just finally that I'm very concerned that someone that wants to gut the NIH, HHS, and other services could be put in charge of health of any kind in this country. And so I want to thank you, sir, for your service at the NIH and for all the witnesses that are here. And with that, I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Cloud from Texas for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you,
Okay,
Chairman.
I just wanted to hear him because he's my dude, Long Beach's dude. Where did Margie talk today? She not talk. She's in there. Oh, she's about to talk. Maybe.
To receive.
Wait, was it? Hold up. We'll try to find her first. Gotta give Simon his medicine. Dooby dooby doo. I bet she hasn't talked yet. Did he talk? What did Comer say?
Full committee, Mr. Comer from Kentucky.
Thank you. Dr. Tabak, is Dr. David Moran still employed by the NIH?
He is still an employee.
When you testified this summer, I asked you a series of questions about some of Dr. Moran's actions. The first was that if the NIH FOIA office teaches employees how to avoid FOIA, you said, and I quote, I certainly hope not. Are you aware one of your former FOIA officers invoked the Fifth Amendment when asked about this issue?
I have learned that in the lay press, yes.
I then asked if Dr. Moran's deleting emails and using his personal email to hide his relationship with EcoHealth was consistent with NIH policy, and you said no. Do you stand by that?
Absolutely.
I then asked if Dr. Moran sharing internal NIH deliberations or helping EcoHealth craft responses was consistent with NIH policy. You said, quote, if those actions occurred, they would not be consistent. Do you stand by that?
Yes, sir, I do.
If I show you proof of those actions, will you take more employment action against Dr. Moran's?
Sir, we are taking the actions necessary in all cases.
Okay. On the screen in an email chain shows an internal NIH email about a draft letter from Dr. Fauci to Senators Graham and Paul. Dr. Moran's forwarded this first to his Gmail and then to Dr. Dasick. Does sharing that draft letter violate NIH policy?
Yes, of course.
The next email is the NIH informing Dr. Moran's that the National Security Council would be leading the communications on the WHO Origins Report. Dr. Moran's forwarded this first to his Gmail and then to Dr. Dasick. Does sharing this internal deliberation violate NIH policy?
Yes, it does.
The next email is Dr. Dasick soliciting Dr. Moran's help in responding to NIH. Dr. Moran's responded with his edits to the letter. But let's not take Dr. Moran's word for it. The attachment includes comments and track changes done by Dr. Moran's. Sir, does an NIH employee editing a grantee's oversight response to NIH violate NIH policy?
It absolutely is inappropriate.
Have you read Dr. Moran's transcript of his interview before the Select Subcommittee?
I have not.
Well, I'd like to share with you a few examples of his testimony. Dr. Moran's was asked if he ever deleted an official record from his NIH account, and he answered no. On January 21st, 2022, Dr. Moran's wrote, and I quote, twice in the past, including a month or so ago, I deleted everything with EHA people from my entire Outlook, end quote. Then on August 1st, 2022, Dr. Moran's wrote, and I quote, hopefully no problems with the emails that came to me at my NIH address. I deleted them quickly, end quote. Did Dr. Moran's lie to Congress?
Sir, I don't know if he successfully deleted the emails or not. If he's a Capstone employee, he would not be able to delete the emails. Goes out of his...
Well, he thought he deleted them.
Well, he may have thought that, but if he's a Capstone employee, so it would remain in the record.
It looks to me like he lied to Congress. Well, and that's felony. Dr. Moran's was asked if he provided any advice to Dr. Dasick on how to respond to NIH oversight requests, and he said no. As we discussed and you saw earlier, Dr. Moran's personally edited a letter for Dr. Dasick that was directly related to NIH oversight of EcoHealth. The company at the center of the entire COVID pandemic. Did Dr. Morans lie to Congress?
Again, those types of actions would be completely inappropriate.
Yes. The answer is yes. The evidence is on the screen. There's evidence that Dr. Morans violated numerous NIH policies and lied to Congress multiple times. Dr. Tabak, will you fire Dr. Morans?
As you know, we don't discuss specific personnel matters, but we are following all of our procedures to the letter.
Well, this appears to me the perfect example of bureaucratic overreach. The type of bureaucratic overreach I think the American people sent a loud message to Washington that they're fed up with, and they want the bureaucracies dismantled. And one thing where I think we have bipartisan agreement is that there were a lot of mistakes made during the COVID pandemic. That's what the purpose of this select committee is for, and I think this committee's been very effective in getting the truth to the American people. I look forward to working with the incoming Trump administration to get rid of waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement in the government and get rid of federal employees that stand in the way of trying to bring transparency and efficiency to the federal government. Thank you, Chairman Winstrup. Thank you for the great work you've done on this select committee, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Dr. Barra from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, the title of this is Lessons Learned and the Path Forward, and there were a lot of lessons learned, and there's a lot that we should be thinking about. This is an area that I've spent my 6 terms in Congress thinking about pre-pandemic. My staff would early on often wonder, like, why are you spending so much time thinking about this? I'd say, go watch Contagion, and unfortunately, we lived it. That wasn't the hope. Post-Ebola, we put in some things in place, in terms of having someone who was in charge of pandemic preparedness at the NSC looking around. Programs like the PREDICT program that would be out there, and I visited those folks in Sierra Leone to see what we were doing to try to have early warning systems and do disease surveillance. A lot of that was dismantled in the first Trump administration. We sounded the alarms that it would make us vulnerable. I'm glad that we put some of that back. Early in the winter of 2020, we sounded the alarms when we saw what was going on. We had the first hearing in Congress about this novel coronavirus and understood it was something different. We've now spent the better part of 4 years talking about COVID origins. I don't think we ever get to the bottom of that because evidence is probably destroyed, and it was unfortunate we weren't able to get to the hot zone immediately in early 2020. I would urge us as Congress and the country to just accept both as plausible theories so we can, if it is
breaking the bread.
Let's actually raise lab standards. Let's have the ability, if folks are doing gain-of-function research and other research that is absolutely necessary for preparedness, let's make sure they're adhering to the highest of lab standards. We also know that viruses occur naturally and they're naturally occurring pathogens. We should do everything we can to try to prepare for that. And I think it's time for us.
Guy talking about.
Blame, we got things right. We got
tested my antibodies. The purpose of vaccine.
Is this a Republican at least? The fucking Democrats are going to suck to listen to.
Reflect on that. I now recognize Dr. Miller Meeks from Iowa for 5 minutes of questions.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Winstrup, and thank you to the witnesses for testifying before the Select Subcommittee today. And I'm going to dovetail a little bit on what my colleagues just said. Today being the last scheduled hearing for the Select Subcommittee, this is my 4th year on this Select Subcommittee. I'd like to take a moment to thank Dr. Winstrup and his staff for their incredible leadership throughout this Congress on investigating and evaluating the federal government's response to the COVID-19
pandemic. He was a master sergeant in the United States Air Force, by the way.
We have held key agencies and witnesses accountable for their actions made during the pandemic, fulfilling the Oversight and Accountability Committee's mission to provide a check and balance on the role and power of Washington and a voice to the people it serves.
Also a physician.
I'm really proud of the work that we have done, and I look forward to another productive hearing. And most importantly, the majority of us on this committee understood that our mission was, in fact, to prepare for the next pandemic. And so what has been brought up by Dr. Winstrup and Dr. Barra is precisely that. I spent 24 years in the military, as well as a practicing nurse, doctor, former director of the Iowa Department of Public Health. And if we don't look back on what we did and do an after-action report, we don't know how to build upon what has gone before, what our errors were. Dr. Walke, you're the director of the Office of Readiness and Response at the CDC, where you support the agency's effort to improve performance for public health emergencies. And as you likely know, as I just stated, I was the director of the Department of Public Health, and I was a practicing physician prior, before, after, and then prior to coming to Congress. And I thank Dr. Bera for his comments about origins. Yes, we spent a lot of time on origins, but even in 2020 as a freshman congressperson, when the media and social media was trying to portray this as a witch hunt and it was useless, my comments in 2021 are the same as they are today.
Dude, this lady, check this out. She enlisted at the age of 18, and during her 20 years, or 24 years of service, served as a private, a nurse, and a doctor. That's pretty epic, actually.
It was necessary to investigate origins because that's how we prepare for the next pandemic. We need to discuss immediate disclosure, which the Chinese Communist Party did not do and are required to do under international law. We need to discuss lab safety. What type of laboratory research?
Bro, no! I was fucking watching that. Man, really? Why would Live Now take the video down? Fox took the video down. Did Green not talk? Green didn't talk. Wait, is it over? Did they say something? Dude, they must have said something because it didn't even, like, it doesn't even look like it finished. It wasn't supposed to be over yet. Maybe they freaked out because they said something there, like, oh my god, we can't air that. The COVID talk. Video set to private. Is that broadcast by the government also? Whack. The Free Palestine people are still out there. Oh wait, here we go. Wait, is this it? This is it, but from a different view. What the heck?
Not conformity of
different channel.
Oversight and Accountability Committee's mission to provide a check and balance on the role and power of Washington and a voice to the people it serves. I'm really proud of the work that we have done, and I look forward to another productive hearing. And most importantly, the majority of us on this committee understood that our mission was, in fact, to prepare for the next pandemic. And so what has been brought up by Dr. Winstrup and Dr. Bera is precisely that. I spent 24 years in the military, as well as a practicing nurse, doctor, former director of the Iowa Department of Public Health. And if we don't look back on what we did and do an after-action report, we don't know how to build upon what has gone before,
amazing,
what
actually.
Our errors were.
There's a nurse and a doctor.
Walke, you're the director of the Office of Readiness and Response at the CDC, where you support the agency's effort to improve performance for public health emergencies. And as you likely know, as I just stated, I was the director of the Department of Public Health, and I was a practicing physician prior, before, after, and then prior to coming to Congress.
I've seen a lot of doctors.
I thank Dr. Bera for his comments about origins. Yes, we spent a lot of time on origins, but even in 2020 as a freshman congressperson, when the media and social media was trying to portray this as a witch hunt and it was useless, my comments in 2021 are the same as they are today. It was necessary to investigate origins because that's how we prepare for the next pandemic. We need to discuss immediate disclosure, which the Chinese Communist Party did not do and are required to do under international law. We need to discuss lab safety. What type of laboratory research occurs in what lab environments, and that it's in the correct lab environment. And number three, we need to discuss the ethics of certain types of research, i.e. gain-of-function research. So that's why those were important issues.
Weaponizing
and
research.
My next question is going along this line on how people were treated who engaged in Conversations, not conformity of thought. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I administered vaccines to Iowans in all 24 counties in my district, but never supported any sort of vaccine mandate or vaccine passport, and that's because I'm a physician first. I was and still am critical of the CDC's messaging surrounding vaccines during the pandemic, largely because it inserted itself between the doctor-patient relationship and it discouraged patients from asking questions. It downplayed and, in fact, refuted that there was infection-acquired immunity and herd immunity. People were labeled as anti-vaxxers, radicals, and called other demeaning terms simply for questioning whether novel vaccines that had not been FDA approved were right for them, or if they needed to be vaccinated if they'd already had proven disease and immunity, or if because of their age, and we saw 2 of the vaccine experts at the FDA resign over the FDA's position. So as a result, we've seen increased rates of vaccine hesitancy, which could have a detrimental impact on public health, especially as we're entering flu season. In most of my district, for example, rates of vaccine hesitancy are already at 15%, and as a state senator in 2019 and 2020, I can tell you there were numerous bills entered and discussed about prohibiting vaccines. So do you believe that the CDC's, I'll call it forceful to be diplomatic, guidance on COVID-19 vaccines and lack of detailed information on possible adverse outcomes, like when they downplay that there was myocarditis in young men, that it's contributed to the increasing rates of vaccine hesitancy?
Move on.
Thank you for the question. COVID vaccines have really undergone the most rigorous safety monitoring of any vaccine in history. And
I'm sorry. Please don't do that.
Oh, they haven't.
Please don't do that. I'm asking you, how is the CDC going to overcome increasing vaccine hesitancy? And talking to people about the most rigorous scientific protocol for COVID-19 vaccines is not going to end that hesitancy. They have people they talk to in their community. They have young people who have myocarditis. We have people who were kicked out of the military because they declined to get a vaccine when they didn't need it. I even was advised, even though I had strong antibodies, to get the booster. And I'm a physician. And asking the physician, why in the world would you recommend this when you just tested my antibodies? The purpose of vaccines is to confer immunity. So what is the CDC doing on vaccine hesitancy? Have you worked with outside stakeholders and providers? And how are you going to meaningfully reduce vaccine hesitancy?
We are working with a number of different external groups to try to improve trust and try to overcome vaccine hesitancy. Vaccines are incredibly effective and the best defense. We also believe that CDC makes recommendations for the general public, but that relationship between the provider and the patient is incredibly important to interpret that recommendation from a public health agency.
I would wholeheartedly agree, which is what the CDC should have done and how they should have messaged during the vaccine, to leave that between a doctor and patient. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
I now recognize Mr. Infame from Maryland for 5 minutes of questions.
CDC is my doctor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member for leading us through these last 2 years of this subcommittee. And I think it's fair to say that members on both sides of the aisle have had an opportunity to express themselves, but also an opportunity to listen to and to, at different points, appreciate the positions of other members of this committee that may not be in line with ours. I want to thank, in particular, the ranking member for leading us toward a minority report, which was, as we know, submitted and carried the minority report, the thoughts and the position of those of us on this side of the aisle, and just both of you for the way you've worked together and the example that you've put forward. I always talk about real time when I get a chance to speak here on this committee, because COVID was real time. And there was no playbook, there were no real guidelines, and we learned and we made mistakes in real time. The one thing that I do want to preface all of my remarks with is that we must never, ever, ever forget the millions of people who died.
Oh my God!
Here
Come on, Dro.
in a bipartisan way. Those things that will help us in future years as we look back on this. And it is important in many respects, since we are no longer in real time of a disease, that we do that autopsy, do it the right way, and make sure that this Congress at least leaves behind at the conclusion of this select committee a path and a way forward, and a number of suggestions and other things that will help us well into the future. Now, I think it's, for me at least, always important to make sure that there is a public record established, and sometimes it means through redundancy. So I want to speak directly to you, Dr. Walk, Dr. Tabak, maybe Dr. Marston.
Maryland.
And be a little redundant here, but redundancy is important because if, in fact, in your positions, and if, in fact, with the expertise that you bear, that you say what you said prior to this meeting over the last several years, but that you say it one more time. So, Dr. Marston, Dr. Walk, give me, please, what you believe is the way that we can, in this nation, persuade the public that approved vaccines are safe and effective, while taking into considerations the things that come up after the issuance of those vaccines that call attention to special groups or special circumstances that then ought to be rolled into how we move forward. Either or both of you, if you could.
Thank you for the question. Related to mistrust around vaccines, a federal agency like CDC can make recommendations for vaccines and with our other agencies create the scientific base to show that they are the best defense against hospitalizations and deaths. But I remember when I was the Emergency Operations Center in 2000 watching the deaths climb. And then when vaccines became available, I saw the rates go down, and it was tremendous. It was magnificent. But then the distrust and the miscommunication around vaccines started, and we saw those death rates plateau. A federal agency can
Do you know why they plateaued? I'll tell you why. Because the people that needed to get them were getting them, right? And the people that didn't need to get them didn't need to get them. So that's when they plateaued. Even if they would have gotten them, the death rates wouldn't have went down probably. Because it's going to plateau. Once you got the elderly and the fat people getting it, then those are the people that needed it. Everybody else can survive from it. Well, unless you have like a serious lung issue or something, and you would know, like, oh, I got a lung issue, man, I probably should get it. Right?
Only do so much. It requires healthcare providers, and that relationship requires communities, leaders in the communities, in various different types of
because it didn't keep people from
leaders,
it only kept the vulnerable people from dying.
And let me interrupt you here. I'm also trying to get to what happens when there are new developments after the issuance of a vaccine. The gentlewoman from Iowa spoke about the enlargement of the heart syndrome and how that was believed to be affecting certain groups. When those types of information come forward, how do you evolve then your presentation of the evidence or of the vaccine? Because if not, there's going to continue to be a great deal of mistrust.
I'll start. Again, we have these adverse event surveillance systems in place to detect any adverse event, and then we have other systems in place to try to see if there was a cause, if myocarditis was related or not. And once we have that type of information, we try to push that out in various ways, including in scientific publications, but also through, again, various state and local leaders to try to engage with those communities.
Is that what we did?
That is what we had a multi-pronged approach to try to communicate the risk related to vaccines. But again, I think we have there's a number of different communities in our country, and we need to do better, I believe, at trying to reach those communities to talk to them about what are some of the issues they have with vaccines.
They weren't just not showing it though; they were hiding the information.
Dr. Tabak.
If we can. Your time has expired, but I do want to let Dr. Marston reply as well. I think it was a very important question that you asked, and I'd like to give you the opportunity to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd be glad to. So the truth of the matter is that we work quite closely with the CDC on these matters. And the most important lesson I think that we've learned is to show our work and explain our work.
Ted's in Maine.
For example, when we
He's
see a
normally
safety
in Vermont,
signal
that's right.
in something like VAERS, we're going to look at our multiple
He's in Maine
systems
right now.
to see if that actually is something that is plausibly related to the vaccine.
Why do people go to Maine, though?
We then have, in multiple cases, taken those analyses and put them into the published literature. We also present them at advisory committees. I think one of the things that we are also looking at is that that's not good enough, right? So that reaches a certain group of people, the people who are regularly reading the medical literature, for example. We need to take it a step further, right, and communicate those things on multiple levels so that they're easy to understand. So one of the things that we've been doing is working with the clinician community, trying to make sure that they're armed with digestible information that they can then relay to their patients, because people might not be listening to the federal government, the public health agencies. I hope that they will, but we also want to make sure that we're meeting people where they are, and if that's with their local clinician, with their physician, with their nurse, we want to give those people the info they need.
Thank you. Thank you for the extra time, Mr. Chairman.
Now recognize Ms. Lesko from Arizona for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I ask questions, I want to say thank you to the Chairman Winstrup. I want to follow to
people I recognize, man.
Well,
this guy, I recognize this guy. Why?
The questions.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you all for being here to discuss the lessons learned through the COVID pandemic. Together, you all represent the bulk of the government's response to COVID, or you represent the agencies that were the bulk of the response. And the American people are very concerned about the government's response. There was a lot of understanding in the first couple of weeks that this was novel and we had to figure it out. But once the outbreak kept going, we saw.
Where's my camera?
We saw attempts to cover up failures. We saw blatantly politicized policymaking. We saw Americans getting deceptive advice while their civil liberties were being trampled on. Federal public health agencies promoted school closures that caused long-term learning loss and mental health problems, forced mask mandates on toddlers in the face of all scientific evidence. To the contrary, threatened Americans with the loss of their livelihood. Their businesses were closed if they declined new and experimental vaccine, along with many other grievances that the people would have in the response that we had. Now, we got together on Tuesday just so the chairman could let us know that this hearing was going to happen, and someone asked the question. They said, what do you think the lessons learned are going to be in the testimony? And I kind of jokingly replied, well, I'm guessing like every other agency that makes a mistake or has failures in the federal government, they'll probably come and say, well, we need more money and more authorities. And that's by and large what the testimony was today. And I'm not saying those discussions
That's what Garcia was talking about.
I mean, it would be very suitable for the Appropriations Committee. But what we didn't see was an answer to these questions that remain outstanding for the American people. And in an effort to rebuild trust, it's very important that we answer these questions. Dr. Tabak, I wanted to ask you, one of the things that came up in much of our testimony, Dr. Fauci and Dr. Collins both indicated to this committee that even though their signatures appear on every grant, basically the process is you have people researching the grants, right, at a lower level, and basically they put it before a committee, a peer review committee that receives a priority score, then it goes to an advisory council, and then it goes to, at the time it was Dr. Fauci, for example, when we were talking about the NIH grant. Now, this is one of many cases, and I've seen this in agency after agency after agency. These are supposed to be multiple levers of accountability, and what happens is Dr. Fauci, for example, said, well, yeah, my name's on it, but, you know, I don't have time to read every grant, and that's kind of understandable. And well, then who is responsible for it? Well, it's this committee. Well, this committee votes on it and like block grants to the tune of even sometimes 100 grants at the same time. They don't actually read it either. And so we end up having these supposed multiple layers of accountability that turn into multiple layers of plausible deniability. So nobody ends up being held to account. And so when we're talking about lessons learned, these are the kind of systemic things within agencies that I would like to hear. What are we doing to fix these things? What are we doing to make sure that we don't tread on people's civil rights again? What are we doing to make sure that we don't threaten the licenses of medical professionals who are experts in the field but might have a differing view? These are the kind of things that I'm wondering, how are we going to make sure that the government stays in check
taken down
so that we can begin to restore the trust of the American people? Could you speak to the grant system and has anything been done about that? Because I brought this up in several committee hearings since then.
I got a strike for it.
So again, you
misinformation.
Describe the way grants are reviewed.
That's my point, though. My point is like needs to change. So, you know, we've brought this up in a number of committee hearings, how broke this process is. Are you doing anything to fix those things? Are you doing anything to fix these other, before you come in and ask us for money, we still have a guy who committed perjury before Congress who's still there. Now, I understand some of that's statutory, and maybe we can work together to streamline that process. So I'm not putting that on you. But when it comes to, like, we're going to ask the American people to fund some of these ideas you have, right? I'm concerned about the government having more data, I will say. But what can we do? And I mean, feel free, any of you, to jump in to fix these systemic problems so we can, before we go ask the American people to fund this, what are we doing to fix the issues that tread on their rights, that took their jobs, that failed their businesses, that took their medical license, all these sorts of things?
Thank you. I would just start and say that we have reflected and looked at our internal processes and made a number of operational changes.
I never got back to you.
Including related to revamping our communication that I talked about, trying to clean up our website, make it more accessible. We've improved our test development process and had better partnerships with the private sector. We actually have mechanisms in place now where with the H5N1, we're trying to work
I didn't get COVID till a year ago.
Partners, the private industry, to develop new tests for H5N1 and for oral pooch. We've refined our guidance processes and the way we're sharing with external partners and trying to standardize across all of CDC. And internal to CDC, when we deployed staff all around the nation, we had difficulty with the way we did that. So we've actually changed the way we actually are deploying our staff. And so all of our staff are moving towards operational readiness, readiness to respond. So we have made a number of changes at CDC.
My time's, I will allow anyone else, thank you, to answer that.
Again, the changes we've made are to enhance our oversight of the awarded grants, because where we ran into difficulties was a failure to catch certain things along the way with the application that we've talked a lot about in these hearings. And so we do have now more fail-safe signals within our system to prevent oversight of not having a progress report done in a timely manner, making sure that it's reviewed in a timely manner, and ensuring that we can't refund a grant if all the progress reports haven't been received and reviewed and signed off on. Those are the types of things that we've done.
Sure. We've certainly taken a look at a number of our practices throughout the pandemic. We've been building on what's worked and moving away from things that are maybe not as effective. So, for example, trying to make sure that we are as transparent as we can be in our reviews, putting our work out, but then building on that and not just putting out a memo that's digestible to a certain portion of the population, but actually taking that a step further and doing that actually in concert with our colleagues at the CDC. Second, emergency use authorizations. Now everybody knows about EUAs, but coming into the pandemic, they had really only been used for Zika and Ebola diagnostics for the most part. So we learned a lot about emergency use authorizations and the importance of communicating early and often with manufacturers and putting out our thinking in advance so they weren't guessing about what we would need to see. And then third, as I said, supply chain. We have learned lessons about the gaps that we have in our understanding of where products are coming from and the vulnerability that that creates for the healthcare system.
I can just add to that, and I think it's important for discussion. I think it's in line with what Mr. Cloud was saying. You know, in some ways, through testimony from people involved, you know, it'd be like me signing a prescription I haven't read. That's a problem. That's a problem. The buck has to stop somewhere, and these are things that I think we really need to fix. I now recognize Ms. Dakota from Hawaii for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, during the pandemic, medical countermeasures like diagnostics, vaccines, and therapeutics were essential for responding to COVID-19 and saving lives. Research and investment into developing these medical countermeasures, even before COVID-19 hit our shores, quite frankly, gave our public health workers the critical tools they needed to keep pace with the virus. So with that in mind, I'd like to discuss efforts by your agencies to lay the groundwork for rapid medical countermeasure development for if and when, quite frankly, the next pandemic strikes. Dr. Tabak or Walke,
oh, there she is.
Research
there she is. Here she is, folks.
Supplemental funding for agencies. The funding structure is not conducive to preventing future pandemics.
You know I'm not talking about Ms. Ross.
During the pandemic, the aid must
Get out of here, Ross.
rather than waiting for emergent situations to implement them. Another key area that to enable laboratories the worst
We've had enough of your lip.
pandemic.
I think one of the greatest preparing.
Question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This committee hearing today is titled Preparing for the Next Pandemic, Lessons Learned in the Path Forward. I think one of the greatest lessons that has been learned here is the government and its powerful agencies should never use the American people's hard-earned tax dollars to create viruses that can be unleashed on the world like COVID-19 was.
I love it.
This led to killing millions of people all over the world. COVID-19 was funded using the gain of function in a biolab in China, and then it was lied about. Dr. Fauci lied to the American people, abusing his power and position and role, very powerful role, paid for by the American tax people. He lied, and many, many people died. Not only that, schools were shut down. People's jobs were shut down. Employment was ended. Small businesses were shut down. Life, as everyone knew it, was shut down. This caused violations of people's First Amendment rights, freedom of speech, freedom of religion. People couldn't even go to the beach.
It caused people to
Then suicides
protest.
hit record highs. And the saddest thing is
Before
there was
George
record
Floyd,
suicide
remember?
rates seen among children and a mental health crisis released on Americans like never before. Now there's massive delays in education and loss in learning. What was absolutely repulsive is the forced masking requirements of children. Children were not at risk of being hospitalized or dying from COVID-19, yet children became one of the worst victims of the malpractice and abuse of power by your agencies and by people in charge in many cities, states, and the government. It was absolutely horrendous. But then there were doctors that came out with treatments using ivermectin, zinc, vitamin D, and it was labeled horse paste. And those doctors were attacked and criticized and called conspiracy theorists. Yet while those doctors were actually saving lives, these other patients were being forced into the hospital, put on respirators, and were actually dying. My own personal doctor never lost one single patient by prescribing ivermectin and this other protocol. As a matter of fact, he saved people's lives. Thank God he did that.
That's interesting.
The CDC even changed the definition of vaccine. The FDA approved an experimental vaccine through a rushed approval process that suppressed trials and data that showed that vaccines didn't work and had side effects that even caused death. 15 pages of known side effects the FDA wanted sealed for 75 years What were they hiding and lying about to the American people? Well, we know now. Now vaccines have been mandated on the population in order to work, go to school, and live as functioning citizens in the United States. Yet people who reported vaccine injuries and deaths on the VAERS system were ignored, they were mocked, they were called conspiracy theorists, and they were canceled on social media when they tried to tell about the horrifying things that were happening to them or their family members. The White House even accused the unvaccinated of killing people, calling it a pandemic of the unvaccinated. And they said, we'll bring a winter of death for yourselves, families, and hospitals. But guess what? Vaccines didn't work. And those that were vaccinated, boosted, continued to catch COVID. Our own president, President Biden, even tested positive for COVID-19 after this summer's presidential debate. That is unbelievable. And I can tell you, when you talk about vaccine hesitancy, as one sitting before you that never took the COVID vaccine, nor will I take it. Thank God. I'm so glad I didn't take it. Yes, this vaccine hesitancy has risen to new heights. And I can tell you right now, I'll stand here and represent all the Americans that do not ever want to be forced to take another vaccine that the government is telling us to take after they created a deadly virus. I can tell you right now, I'll also represent all the Americans that never want their children to be forced to be vaccinated. Currently, right now, the CDC is recommending that children as young as 6 months have 2 doses of the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine and or 3 doses of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine. So vaccine manufacturers continue to make billions and billions of dollars on a vaccine that doesn't work, being forced on children, innocent children that don't even need it, because they aren't at risk of being hospitalized or dying from this vaccine. Not only that, vaccines need to be investigated further. The rise of autism, learning to...
It's like giving your kid a flu shot when it's a baby. It doesn't... like, do you give babies flu shots? Is that a thing? Do you give newborn babies the flu shot for that season up until they're a certain age or something? Because I don't know. I don't remember ever getting flu shots when I was a kid. Because it changes so much. The COVID vaccine is different every year, just like the flu vaccine. So it's not like a normal vaccine that a kid gets that'll protect it for a decade or more before they need a booster or maybe even life. It's all about the money. Because if every baby in America is recommended to get it, that's a lot of shots. There are more young people on the planet than there are old. Remember that.
Disabilities, neurological problems, and so much more that children are suffering from today.
I only took them when I was in the Navy because they made us.
Forced upon these children and their families because of these vaccines. This committee should have investigated the vaccines, and it was a failure to not do so. This has literally been a war on the American people's health, the world's health, but also a war on our children's health. It's a war that has been waged on them by our government, Big Pharma, who's making all the money. Preparing for the next pandemic is actually recognizing that the last pandemic resulted in crimes against humanity. People that perpetuated and continue to perpetuate these crimes need to be prosecuted. And that needs to be starting in the next administration, and I'm pretty sure our next Attorney General will do that. And I look forward to seeing that happen. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Now recognize Dr. McCormick from Georgia for 5 minutes.
You gotta go get on her saddle now and ride the horse out of there.
It's been a pleasure working with you on this committee, as well as in Congress. I wish you all the best in your new endeavors. When this pandemic began, I wasn't in Congress. As a matter of fact, when this pandemic ended, I still wasn't in Congress. I was serving in the emergency department in the Atlanta suburbs as an ER doc doing night shifts the entire pandemic. From beginning to end, we learned some things, and I'm going to ask you in a very concise way to state what you learned during this pandemic. Because we come to an end, and really this whole committee has been about what we learned. I hope we've learned some valuable lessons we can admit humbly where we made mistakes. I know doctors made a lot of mistakes from treating patients. So very briefly, Dr. Walk, what did the CDC learn? And make that in 30 seconds if you can, just an overview. What really did you learn that you did wrong? Microphone.
Thank you for the question. We learned a number of things through COVID. We learned that as the virus changed, we needed to also put out a lot of different guidance. And unfortunately, our guidance was more technical than the public actually had difficulty understanding. And so we've actually made some changes to try to streamline that guidance and make it more understandable for the American public.
Would you say that you could have admitted maybe to making some mistakes in interpreting the data and the science?
You know, the COVID pandemic...
I hope you'll say the right answer because it's going to be really important to the following on conversation.
The COVID pandemic happened over multiple years. We certainly made mistakes during that time.
Thank you.
We quickly tried to rectify those mistakes, and we learned and tried to get better throughout the response. And we continue to do so. We revamped our communication, as I've said. We've improved our test development process. We've refined our guidance.
Didn't want to know what you did better. I want to know what you did wrong, because that's how we learn, right? I understand what you did better because we admit to our mistakes. How about the NIH, Mr. Tabak? What did the NIH learn that we did wrong?
We didn't take hold of all of our clinical trial networks early on in the pandemic, and as a result, a number of underpowered trials were conducted, and that sort of siphoned away the capacity to do the larger trials that were ultimately necessary. That was one thing. The second thing is we learned that we needed to forge relationships with industry much sooner to make sure that we could take advantage of all of their knowledge as we, considered different potential countermeasures.
Okay, thank you, both of you. You know, as a ER doc who basically got exposed to a deadly virus, saw patients who were sick, watched patients die, watched the science evolve, and watched my fellow physicians get criticized the whole time by people who are not treating people. That hurt me a lot, and I think it really decreased the credibility of people who call themselves scientists, who didn't even have science at the time. They had guesses, and they were guessing and outmaneuvering the physicians who were treating the patients and doing their very best. I'll tell you a few things that I learned as somebody who lived through this from the physician treatment side. First of all, the CDC gave blanket recommendations that were not scientific at times, quite frankly, because we didn't have science. We didn't know. But they still give recommendations that superseded what doctors could do. And it made people either not trust their doctors or not trust the CDC. You had to choose sides then. That's wrong. It became, instead of scientific, it became politically driven, in my opinion. I also think that we fell very short in accountability and transparency, the NIH. I think in the way that we do our grant system, in the way that we're trying to come up with the right answers according to who protects the NIH rather than who protects the people, in my opinion, based on the relevant evidence that we've received while we're here. But mostly, as in any crisis, doesn't matter if it's banking, housing, climate change, or disease, we should be hesitant to turn to a government for the answers. Bureaucrats and politicians are not experts and should never be allowed to infringe upon our inalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Even when it's scary, we have the right to self-determine. We as Americans must always protect freedom, whether that be in our protecting of ourselves, which has consequences of possibly income or travel, or also allowing people to pursue education, transportation, or the best interests of their business, even if that requires risking their own health or income. That is America. That is the promise, not of security, but of opportunity that exists nowhere else in the world. Your discussion should be with your doctor, not intruded upon by the government that thinks they know better than both the doctor and the patient. We saw how easily it is for the government to take away our rights, to make our lives miserable, if we don't comply, so that, as Dr. Fauci said, we lose our ideological bullshit. Quote, in order to get the favor of a government,
Kevin O'Leary with us,
that is ruling instead of serving. That's what I've learned. Instead of turning to the government for the answers, we allow people to determine with their healthcare professionals what is best. And by the way, we won't all agree. And that's okay. The government should never determine who's right and wrong. Science, experience, and treatments determine what ends up being right and wrong. And that's a learning process that should never be intruded by the government. With that, sir, I yield. God bless you. Thank you for this committee. And let's go forth and do great things.
I thank the gentleman. I'm reminded of a Teddy Roosevelt quote. He said, it's not the critic who counts, but the man in the arena. Thank you for being in the arena during this difficult time.
Man in the mirror. Oh. Kevin O'Leary, how you doing, chap?
I want you to address this subject. Do you believe that the raid was part of a legitimate investigation into manipulation, or was it political retribution?
No, not at all. The rules are very, very plain and
making a lot of money
about online gambling and betting. And what is going on here is to scrutinize whether any of those rules were broken. This is a lot of money. There was reportedly a whale that made a very large gain on this. They're just going to look at it and say, show us the accounts, show us the transactions, and show us the proceeds, the use of funds transferred in, transferred out. And it's all online. It's all on the blockchain. They'll be able to do this in a matter of a week or so to see if this company, in fact, broke the rules. Now, it'll be a bad outcome for this man if he did. The penalization on crypto cowboys of late has been really tough, as you know, with the Sam Bankman-Fried and CZ. They're both felons now, both went to prison. I hope not for this guy. But, you know, at the end of the day, they're abiding by a ruling and a settlement. I mean, you don't, if I were on that board, I would not be putting out political statements about the election. It has nothing to do with that. This is about getting a good lawyer and being transparent and keeping your mouth shut. That's my advice for him. Otherwise, he's going to learn to spend some time in a place he doesn't want to be.
Ouch. All right, Kevin, the Bitcoin, huge run since the election. You're a crypto guy, $91,000 a coin now. Does it hit 100,000 and when?
Yeah, there's very little resistance if you're a technician looking at this. Let me explain why I believe this is happening. It's no secret the Transition Committee, Howard and Linda, working for Trump, are looking at new positions, particularly around.
So if it goes to 100, you put $100 in, you make $10 off of it if it goes to 100K. I mean, maybe some of the altcoins will pump like crazy whenever Bitcoin starts dumping. It's inevitable. That's where you make the money, but they're even more risky. I'm looking at that Raven coin, man. It still hasn't pumped. It's at 22 sats right now. See, anytime you're looking at altcoins, you're going to look at their BTC relative worth. You know, how much they're worth in BTC, not how much they're worth in USD, because all their USD values are going up right now because BTC is going up. Thing is, Raven coin has been flatlined almost for a long time at 22 sats. It doesn't have to move much. It could easily do it 5 times because it's been there before. It's been way past there before even. So I don't know, man. Dang it.
The regulatory environment of crypto and the CFTC specifically. Now, the CFTC, as you know, is a commodities regulator, and there's been a lot of debate as to where this should be regulated. So the speculation in Washington, because all kinds of people's names are being thrown around for these positions, but they are probably going to pull a little bit of this away from the SEC. Gensler has been very successful in
No,
litigating this whole issue around
We're
crypto.
hanging out like old
But the
times.
industry
Here,
wants
look.
to be regulated
Get
so
my leg like
financial
that. Is that better?
institutions can own
there?
this asset. So this is the anticipation of a more regulated environment so institutional and sovereign wealth can take a position in Bitcoin, up to 3%, 4% weighting in typical portfolios. And this is actually probably going to hit 100K. Everybody's speculating pretty quickly, and I don't see any reason why it stops there. If this truly is going to be an alternative asset class, much akin to gold,
It's not going to keep
there's
going,
demand
dude.
for it. And the other offset will be the interest in Bitcoin mining once it becomes regulated, a good use of taking off unused electricity. And we'll see a lot more of that stateside.
Okay,
Unused electricity?
The other Trump rally is in
What
stocks.
state has unused electricity?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that, Stuart.
Yeah, I could tell.
You know, I'm pro. I don't shill for politicians. I shill for policy. So what's been unlocked here is we're not going to get a 28% tax rate, which would have decimated 20% of the earnings of the S&P right away. Now, most people thought that would never pass, but it doesn't matter. The risk of that held back many people for taking longer positions. Number two, AI potential continues to grow, and that's seen. So a lot of productivity in the S&P 500 across all 11 sectors. And then this idea of a more regulated environment regarding tariffs, in other words, this is really code for saying Trump is going to squeeze China to be compliant with the rules laid out in 1999 on the WTO, and everybody wants that. So I'm pretty happy with this. It's not about being a pro-Trumper. It's about being a pro-business policy guy. Yeah. So you're unleashing the wild forces of more upside in the market, and that's why it's happening.
It feels good. The vibe's changed. It feels good. Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. Thanks for being with us, Kevin. We'll see you again soon, I hope. Thank you.
Yeah, like what a Biden supporter, what did they have to be happy about whenever he got in office? They weren't like this. What were they happy about? Like, because it wasn't about stuff getting back on track. Was it? What?
You've heard of disposable cameras. You've heard of disposable diapers. How about disposable movies? For this video to make any sense, I'm going to need you to imagine a world in which Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, Disney Plus, trying to future-proof here, and all those other streaming services don't exist. It's a desolate landscape, I know, but thankfully, video rental stores existed to help you through these trying times. And, well, actually, Netflix did exist at this point, but they were still only mailing DVDs to you. How quaint. But you know what's annoying about video rental stores? You have to take the disc back to them, or mail it back. What a hassle. I mean, needing to go back to the store and giving them the thing which I borrowed back. How inconvenient. I mean, it's not like I'm going to just go back and rent another thing. Now I have to go out of my way to return my copy of Shrek 2. Ugh. But what if there were a way that I could rent a movie and not have to bring it back? Don't you mean buy the movie? No, I mean, what if I could somehow bring home a DVD which will only work for 2 days after I open it, and then it breaks itself? All the savings of renting with the convenience of buying. I'll take $600.
Does it have like an expiration in the code, maybe? It wouldn't let it run after.
It wasn't a huge success, and I'm going to argue that's probably a good thing. But in the early 2000s, there was an idea to put a clever spin on optical disc technology. Some of you might be thinking of DivX, an earlier modification of DVD by Circuit City, which was a more technical solution involving special players that phoned in to a central server to verify whether any specific disc could be played or not. You could then upgrade your disc at an additional charge to be playable after the rental period, or even upgrade it to a so-called DivX Silver disc, at which point you effectively owned that title. Ain't that some dystopian DRM right there? But we're not talking about that. Instead, we're talking about something else. After DivX had proven itself a failure, a little company called FlexPlay Technologies decided to try that concept again and began to market what they initially called EZDs. These were completely compliant DVDs that would work in any DVD player, but that were made with a chemical component that would effectively destroy the disc after 2 days of being exposed to oxygen. The idea was that you could buy these discs in a store for about the cost of a rental, and since they were sealed in airtight packaging.
Like some of them discs I bought from Walmart back in the day for the low had some of that coating on them. Motherfuckers expired after like 2 years. Start flaking off and shit.
They wouldn't break down until you decided to watch it. You could then watch the film an unlimited amount of times within 48 hours, after which point the disc would blacken and become unreadable. And of course, I have one of these discs right here. It almost certainly does not work, but we will try it just in case. That's right, I haven't opened this yet. We're gonna do it together. I moved you a bit closer so we can do this together. What's that doing here? Anyway, let's open the package. I'm using a knife like a responsible person. I'm cutting towards me. So this is just very basic.
Super thin.
So this is just very basic paper packaging in shrink wrap.
Wow. That's why it's so thin. It's just paper.
Very user friendly.
Now
inside
it's
we find a little package with some information. And our disc.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Oh no, it's not yet. It's not taken yet.
This might possibly work, but we will see.
Wow. I don't ever hear about this.
This is really, I will say, you would need scissors to open this. Or some sharp object like the plastic. So it looks like a normal DVD, except the back of it is a very dark red color.
That's pretty.
May work, which would be surprising, but we'll find out.
Oh my gosh.
I can't see the TV, so we're just gonna see what happens.
Oh.
It's making really weird noises. I'm gonna guess it's not working.
Oh man.
Let's try it again. This is nerve-wracking. I don't think it's working. I just noticed this for best results opened by April 2009, which is great because that was inside the shrink wrap, so there's no way you could really, well, I suppose on the shelf it wouldn't matter, but if you took this home, you better open at least this far to get a sense of when you need to watch this. We appear to be getting nowhere fast. This is attempt 2. It really sounds like it's trying its best. Wait, did it get somewhere? I have to actually look at the screen. I can't see this. What's very interesting to me is that the player hasn't given an error. It's just continuously trying to play it. So it's almost like it can see something, but not enough to matter. Well, that was an expected disappointment. Since the disc is so old, oxygen has seeped through its packaging and has already destroyed the disc. In fact, the discs only had a shelf life of about a year. If we were in 2008 or whenever this disc was made, we would have seen a bright red disc, and it would have, worked. Now you might think that the red coloring is the special compound which turns black, but it isn't. Instead, it's a weirdly forward-thinking countermeasure against them newfangled Blu-ray players they're talking about. See, the black color isn't actually black. Light of certain wavelengths could pass through it, much like how infrared light passes right through the black coloring of a PlayStation disc. And one of those wavelengths that could pass through this is the blue-violet found in the laser of a Blu-ray disc player. Coloring the disc itself red would block that blue light. So even if someone can manage to read DVD data using a blue laser, which, for the record, isn't very easy at all and is why Blu-ray players have a red laser diode too for reading DVDs, their attempt would be foiled. Are you wondering why I keep calling this black when it's clearly a cherry red? Well, to make filming easier, I filmed the written portion before I actually opened the disc. Yep, it was movie magic. Descriptions and images of these discs show that they literally turn black, like a PlayStation disc, but this disc clearly hasn't. This is why I thought there was a chance the disc may have worked when I first opened it. Either its packaging was somehow able to prevent the disc from turning completely black in the 11 years between its manufacture and today, or describing it as blackening was simply hyperbole, and in fact it just got darker. If the disc does turn completely black in the coming days, I'll let you know and provide some pictures in a pinned comment. Well, links to pictures, but you know what I mean. So let's talk about what this disc was actually trying to accomplish. When you or I go to a store and buy a DVD or Blu-ray disc, we're not really buying the movie. Instead, we're buying a specific license to watch that content in a private setting for the rest of time. Or at least, for the life of the disc, videotape, or whatever media contains it. That's what the FBI is always warning you about. You didn't buy a license to show this in theaters. You didn't buy a license to share this on YouTube. You bought one license to watch this one film in your home for your own enjoyment. But you can watch it over and over again, and once you buy it, you'll never have to buy it again. Unless, of course, you get tired of watching it on VHS and want to upgrade to some newer format or whatever. The cost of making the packaging and the disc itself is almost nothing. DVDs cost pennies to make, but the movie is expensive because of the terms of the license you're buying. If whoever the content owner is can only make money from you once and then possibly never again, they're going to charge a lot for the option to outright own the rights to private viewing indefinitely. But if there's a set time limit on your enjoyment of the film, then the movie studio doesn't have to charge nearly as much. If they have the opportunity to sell it to you again down the road, they won't mind if they only make a few bucks. So what FlexPlay and DivX before it attempted to do was to sell only temporary rights to a film, and thus movie studios would only charge FlexPlay a couple bucks per disc, rather than 10 or 20. And since DVDs are hilariously cheap to make, FlexPlay could simply sell you these discs for the cost of a rental, about $5, and all parties involved would make their buck. The advantage of FlexPlay, of course, was that you needn't bother returning to the place you bought it. The disc would simply become unusable, and you could toss it out. Now, while this may seem like a pretty stupid idea, after all, video rental stores already existed, so what's the real advantage aside from enabling even lazier habits? It could have been pretty revolutionary. FlexPlay wasn't just trying to make a consumer's life easier. They were trying to enable any business to easily get into the video rental market. Video stores like Blockbuster needed lots of square footage of retail space to maintain their inventories. They needed to track rentals and charge late fees, and in general, their business was rather unique. A grocery store probably isn't going to want to take on all those hassles just to make a few extra bucks. But since FlexPlay didn't require you to return anything, stores could simply sell them like any other product. Any retail establishment, from grocery stores to gas stations to office supply stores to hardware stores, could easily get into the video rental market. Simply set up a FlexPlay display, order some movies to sell, and watch your profits soar. Except, of course, that didn't really happen, did it? FlexPlay discs were first tested in 2003 with a small handful of Disney titles, and the test was a resounding failure. First of all, let's be honest, this is a weird product. You'd think that the failure of DivX would have been a warning that this ain't gonna work.
Well, here's the thing. Here's why it's not good. It's not a good product. Kids like watching their like Charlotte's Web. A kid will want to watch that again because usually they'll watch. You'll like show it to your kid the first time probably, and they're paying attention like to half of it. You can show a kids movies can be show you like most parents have kids movies, and the kids watch them multiple times. Like, I want to watch that again, Mom. Right? That's how it used to be back then. So that's why I think it didn't work back then. If a parent was going to buy their kid, or like they were going to get a Disney movie that they couldn't keep.
Billboard was skeptical of the product and thought it would create a lot of market confusion. They were pretty correct, as the test ran for only a year before the product was pulled. A large part of why it failed was due to pressure from environmental groups. Disposable DVDs don't sound like a great product to catch on. While it is of course possible to recycle the discs, for the test run, FlexPlay didn't seem to be that interested in figuring that part out. And of course, needing to return to the store where you bought it to recycle the disc.
That's the same thing as going to Blockbuster.
Kind of defeats the purpose. The convenience aspect, sold both to the business that sells them and to the consumer that buys them, is pretty much lost if the consumer is expected to return and the business has to handle the recycling. So what's the point? Disney is likely who caused the end of the trial, as environmental groups were pressuring them to stop this FlexPlay nonsense. And they did, for rather obvious PR reasons. But FlexPlay would return with a vengeance in 2008. They had somehow managed to get Paramount, Warner Brothers, Starz, and New Line Cinema to agree to licensing deals, and they also convinced Love's Travel Centers, Hudson News, Travel Centers of America, and, notably, Staples to sell their discs. Apparently, they were trying to go after the business traveler who wanted to rent a movie, but was too busy to return it. Or something like that. To try and alleviate concerns from the environmentally minded, they partnered with a company that recycles techno trash to provide recycling bins at places that sold the discs, which again defeats the purpose. And they also would allow you to print out a free shipping label to return the disc for recycling, which again defeats the point. And now you've printed something to ship it back to be destroyed. Apparently, FlexPlay did offer free return labels during the original trial run, but really, the whole thing did seem rather stupid. If you're going to mail it back, you might as well use Netflix and the disc can then be enjoyed by dozens of people, rather than one. If you have to return to the store, you might as well go to a video store and rent it there. Or you can just throw it out and be okay with the wasted plastic. And then, of course, there's this little company. Ah yes, that one. The product that lets retail establishments get into the video rental business without taking on any of the hassle, which allows its customers to return the rentals to any of the machines, which are purposely placed in front of everyday businesses to maximize convenience. The product that costs a small fraction to use compared to buying a FlexPlay disc with only a small convenience penalty, or if you were of the mind to recycle your FlexPlay disc, no convenience penalty at all. But I'm sure FlexPlay will do just fine. Well, it didn't. At a cost of $4.99 to $5.99, the product didn't make sense at all. Remember that Netflix discs were only $10 a month at this point, and that was for an unlimited number of rentals.
Yeah, five at a time, too.
Unlimited aside for the turnaround time of mailing it back. As long as you rented just 2 things in a month, Netflix comes at the same cost or less of FlexPlay. And of course, you could keep the disc for a week and not, find that it destroyed itself. Redbox rentals were still $1 per day, so if you wanted to go that route, you could rent a movie for 1/5 the cost of a FlexPlay title. And thanks to their positioning in front of convenience and grocery stores, you would probably have a reason to go back and return it anyway. Plus, Redbox does give the retail establishment a commission for letting them use the space for a machine. So regardless of how icky throwaway polycarbonate frisbees may seem to you from a waste perspective, it also, frankly, just doesn't make sense at all. FlexPlay was pretty much the worst possible way to rent a movie at the time. If perhaps things went to their plans and loads of bored business travelers stuck in airports decided to pop for a movie from Hudson News, then maybe this would have worked. But I just don't think that was really a viable market to begin with. If it was, you'd think Redbox would be in airports, since you could just return the disc when you get home. But maybe they didn't want to deal with the logistics of discs routinely going cross-country or something. I don't know. Pretty much the one sole advantage that you could say FlexPlay legitimately had was that the disc would be brand new every time. You'd never have to worry about a scratched rental disc refusing to play and then the hassle of returning it and getting a refund. But this concept was already tried with DivX and people didn't like it at all. Yes, DivX was a weird product that wasn't even compatible with DVD players, so at least FlexPlay had that going for it. But the resounding failure of DivX was somehow brushed off by those pushing FlexPlay, and honestly, they should have seen this coming. I'll grant it's clever, and I remember hearing about it and thinking it was pretty neat. But for a commodity like video rental, a neat gimmick means a lot less than a practical, inexpensive rental. And that's before we even get into the waste aspect. Sure, the production and disposal of an individual DVD probably has a teeny tiny environmental impact, but the tragedy of the commons means that as more people do it, the worse it...
Yeah, dude, it would have... If that took off like Blockbuster, it would have been so much wasted product and plastic and shit. Come on, buddy. Back in again. Oh. Now, then in and out, in and out. So we do. I need to go get those bowls real fast. He wants his food, is what he's doing it. He wants his food and he wants the door open. Stop. He was hanging in the backyard. He meowed at me as I was leaving. Like, he already had the food and everything, and I was almost all the way down the sidewalk, and he meowed at me. I said, I just stood down there and looked at him for a little while. There were a ton of flies on that other bowl, the far bowl. It was closer to where he came from. Be sure he's shiny. Maybe he was saying thank you. That's a mixture of Simon's lamb and rabbit, and fancy feast beef. Hopefully I put just enough. Surprised he's just hungry. Try to get his weight up for the winter, though, if he's going to be outdoors all the time. Simon had really bad diarrhea. I don't know if it's the thyroid or the food. Like really bad. If I wouldn't have went back there when I did and gotten it, next time you went to the restroom, you'd have probably spreaded it all over the litter box. It was pretty much liquid. It was like pancake batter. It felt like a cat litter coated pancake batter in the thing. That's bad. Maybe I should stop giving it. I don't know if I should, if it's the water supplement stuff that's making him have diarrhea or not. Or if he needs it because he has diarrhea. God, look at all the flies are just waiting. Jeez. Camera keeps freezing today. He's done. Yeah, his face looks a little better. Beat up looking. Might have something to do with me spraying it all the time too, though. Gets my dirt off of it. Hey. Hey, come here. Ah, Simon is diarrhea, man. Well, I mean, it's not the end of the world. He went a fucking year with diarrhea. Do you remember that? Not being able to figure out what was going on. It ends up he had thyroid problems the whole time. But it was like, it was almost a year. We were trying to figure different things out to get rid of it. Put him on raw diet. Different. That's how I got onto the Ziwi kick. Because I was trying to find a food that he wouldn't have diarrhea from. First it was the raw food, then he stopped eating the raw food. Dude! Stop being an asshole! I'm about to have to go get that. He's going back to the backyard to hang out. Means I'm going to have to go from the front again so I don't get ambushed by him. He's taking over my backyard. He's got his little spot there. I'll get the food 10 minutes, 20 minutes. See if Mom will come up and finish it. That'd be awesome. Oh my god! Oh, she said wrong. Oh, the flies are already on it. You want to go? You're like, I want to go play. Yeah, she's sweet until she's not sweet. Dude, this was hurting a minute ago. I don't know, like the scab is contracting the skin. When I was moving my wrist a certain way, hurting. Like it was pulling. It's pretty gnarly for a little cat strap. Like 3 days ago. Dooby dooby doo doo doo. Where's all the news at?
Governor Gavin Newsom wants to take action against President-elect Trump. He's calling for a special session of the legislature to Trump-proof California, and he wants last-minute help from Biden. Leo Terrell with me now. What exactly does he want from Biden? Can you tell me?
I don't know, but he can't get anything from Joe Biden. I want to be very clear. Joe Biden cannot help Gavin Newsom. Why? Because Trump controls the executive branch. He basically has the House and the Senate in his possession. He controls the regulatory agencies too, and he controls the purse strings. So there's nothing he can do. Let me give you a perfect example. We have these crazy emission standards in California. Guess what? That's the EPA. That's waivers. If Trump says we're not going to give you these waivers anymore, they stop. So there's nothing Biden can do to help Governor Newsom. Nothing at all.
Just signaling for 2028, I guess. Next one. This is for you, Leo. The new Los Angeles police chief, his name is Jim McDonnell. He's getting backlash. He claims the city will not assist with mass deportations. Can Trump strong-arm these people who won't deport?
Yes, and let me give you an example. Very simple. I'm the, Mr. Chief of Police. I'm the U.S. Attorney. You are obstructing justice. We have the exclusive right to remove illegal immigrants from this country. It's a federal responsibility. The federal government, Trump could have that Chief of Police in federal court immediately and disclose all the information that he has in his custody, control, and possession. This is ridiculous. I also want to make sure this is clear. Sanctuary cities are illegal and unconstitutional. Why? Because they block the federal government from doing its constitutional duty to control immigration.
I sense that change is coming. And Leo, I want you to listen to this. We just received this. The Department of Government Efficiency announced on X this morning, just a few moments ago, that they are officially hiring employees to work 80+ hours a week, and they insist that you need to be a super high IQ, small government revolutionary. Don't you love it, Leo? I bet you're on board with that.
I'll take it. We want efficiency completely. Count me in. I'll sign up.
80+ hours a week, and you've got to be high IQ, and you've just got to work, and you've got to be a revolutionary. This is a sign of things to come, I suspect.
If you believe in this country, if you believe in this country, you volunteer for it, and that's why the country is supporting President Trump.
Got it, Leo. You're all right. What are we? Oh, there you go. It's on the screen. We're very grateful to the thousands of Americans who have expressed interest in helping Doge. We don't need more part-time idea generators. We need super IQ, small government revolutionaries willing to work 80+ hours a week. Don't you love it, Leo? Yes, you do.
I love it. I love it.
All good stuff. Thanks for being on the show, Leo. I know we'll see you again real soon.
Thank you.
They're starting to eat that. I think I'm gonna go get it now. Yeah. They're gonna be all on that thing in 5 minutes. Give them too much. A little bit too much. What if he just went and plopped right back down in the backyard? Let's go get that plate too. You can't go on there, no! Oh. Here, let's go. He's gone. He wasn't back there anymore. Simon. Simon's being too rough with her, I can tell. Now you're gonna hiss at me. Oh, your fucking tail just touched my food, asshole. Fuck you. That's not ideal. Yeah, she actually scared him because he was just he overreacted, or just said he was on his side kicking her with his back legs. He doesn't normally do that. Because you try to play with him. He's not the friendly Simon he was before with her. I think he's looking for food on the carpet right now. I don't know. He's sniffing our letterbox. And now he wants out.
Hello everyone! This is Running on Empty Food Review. Well, hello ladies, gentlemen, and everyone watching. Welcome one and all to this newest edition of the Running on Empty Food Review series. I'm your doing the horrible. Time you could fold it if you want pepperoni, and of it.
We're gonna pepperoni pizza.
That it's just $13. Or even just one person, you're gonna have yourself leftovers, probably for a considerable amount of time, even if you're feeling quite ravenous. There's just a good amount of food here, at a good word about the word out about it. Anyway, I'm sure many of you know by now that I do my radio guaranteed time. There's just a good amount of food here at a. That's my opinion anyway.
What's the difference with it? It's like a cheap pizza. Extra cheese and pepperoni. That's the shack style pizza.
I've decided I'm just doing this all in one, so now what I'm doing next is
that the garlic you gotta put the garlic sauce on it.
Dip a little bit in there.
Oh, yeah.
Probably try the crust too with the garlic sauce.
Dude, that garlic sauce. Every time I order from Papa John's, I get extra garlic sauce and extra pepperoncinis. And usually, if you ask them for like four more pepperoni servings,
it does have a little bit of
they load your whole corners of your box with them.
Pizza.
But man, sometimes they give you the old ones, them old pepperoncinis, the ones that are all
and then
deflated
the
looking.
A lot of people wonder what you're supposed to do with this. Many people think that you're supposed to sort of put it through, like right there, the lapel on your suit and wear it decoratively, because obviously you're wearing a suit as well as you're watching this. But you could do anything you want with this, really. But a lot of people choose to sort of squeeze the pepper a little bit and some of the juice onto the
You don't eat it, you fucking weirdo?
Some extra flavor, so we'll see how that goes.
He's not going to eat the pepper? Oh, hell no. I've lost all respect for this guy if he doesn't take a bite out of the pepper. I've never squeezed the pepper onto my pizza before, ever. What do you mean? Some people squeeze it.
And yeah, I'm just going to wrap things up and get into the assessment.
He's really not going to eat the pepper. What a fucking goofball.
I'm happy.
Yo, you know what? I don't like you anymore, dude. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. It's like worse than a woman. A woman would know to eat part of the pepper, right? What do you think that was? He literally, did he really think that it was more decorative than anything? Wow. Those things make the Papa John's order. That in the oil, the butter, garlic butter sauce. They're still protesting in Peru. Not really much going on.
Gaza. It's been over 30 days since that letter was sent by Secretaries Blinken and Austin. We heard from the State Department the other day that they're not prepared to do anything, basically to follow through on that letter, because the aid the U.S. considers is still far short of what it's asking for or what needs to be getting into Gaza. Does this department share that assessment? And if not enough aid is getting in, but you guys are also not going to do anything as a consequence or whatever you want to call it, what message does that send to other allies and partners in the world that either messages we're sending we're not following through on what we say we're going to do or otherwise?
Well, I don't think, I kind of disagree with some of the premise there. We are, and the president has been clear that we're going to continue to support Israel in their self-defense. They're continuing to get attacked on all sides by terrorist group like Hamas or Lebanese Hezbollah in the north, and then not to mention, of course, the unprecedented attacks that we've seen from Iran. So, they do have a tough fight, but we've been very clear that not enough has been done in Gaza, and because of the pressure that the United States has put on Israel, we have seen crossings open. We have seen the Erez crossing open. We've seen others. We're seeing more truckloads get in. We're seeing, the Jordan Armed Forces corridor open up. So I don't think it's fair to say that our pressure isn't working. It is, but can more be done? Yeah, absolutely. And over the summer when we did have that maritime corridor put in place, that did help open up the Ashdod crossing, which was something that didn't exist before the JLOTS mission was there. So every single day, we know how dire the humanitarian situation is in Gaza, and that's why every single day, not just here at this department, but the interagency continues to work with our Israeli partners to get more aid in, because we know not enough is getting in. Phil.
The President-elect Trump's nominee for Defense Secretary has alleged that he was sidelined from this service because of what he said was being labeled as extremist. He was labeled as extremist, he says. I realize that you'd like us to speak to the Army and the National Guard, but I think we've all been trying to get a concrete answer for them. And as a representative from the Office of the Secretary of Defense, I would just hope that you could perhaps help us determine whether or not that assertion that he was sidelined for being an extremist could be verified.
I'd have to take a look and certainly can look into that with the Army National Guard, but I'm aware of the reports, but again, this is something that the services would really handle, so I'd have to direct you to them to speak more to his record and also, some of the reporting that I've seen out there.
But just to follow up on that, though, we were all here at the time, and we were having briefings about the number of guard troops that were moving in to protect the Capitol, that there was additional vetting going on, and then we were told that, some members were removed. So this was centralized. This wasn't pushed down to the Army. This was very much a Department of Defense effort.
Yeah, so as you know, was not here during that time, and we were going through our own transition as the incoming Biden administration. So look, like I said, happy to work and try and get you more information. This is really something that the services would handle, but I understand that at the time you were asking about this in January 2021, so we'll do our due diligence and try and get back to you.
Prompted a larger extremism review in the department looking at service members. So if we could just revisit, what was being looked at and where that review now stands. I realize there was some report that was released.
There was released. So I'd refer you to what we released. I don't have the exact dates in front of me, but that's available online, and I think we did briefings on it at that time. But I'd refer you to what we had put out at that time. Yes, in the back.
Thank you, Sabrina. Today, the Lebanese Ministry of Health announced that last 24 hours, 78 civilians have been killed and 122 have been wounded. So the total now getting rise to 3,365. This is who have been killed, and more than 14,000 have been wounded. So, and that's come despite what Secretary Austin said on October 19 when he was in Italy, that this number are far too high, and would like to see Israel scale back on some of the strikes it's taken, especially in and around Beirut. So how concerns, first of all, about these numbers, the civilian casualties in Lebanon, and how do you contact with the Israeli to tell them their message? And do you believe they are hearing what are you saying to them about the civilians?
So something that the Secretary has been saying from the beginning is that the number of civilians killed as a result, whether it be in Gaza or what's happening on the northern border, certainly the number is too high. That's ultimately why we keep pushing for a ceasefire to be put in place, because we want to see, and Israel wants to see, their citizens returned home to that northern border area. The only way that that's going to happen is if a ceasefire is put into place. So that's what you're seeing us push for. We had representatives from the U.S. government in the region just this past week or last week. we might have less than 70 days left of this administration, but that doesn't mean that we're giving up. We're going to keep pushing, and we're going to keep doing the work. And so that means, continuing to urge for a ceasefire, continuing to urge for more humanitarian aid to get into Gaza, and doing the work with our Israeli partners, and continuing to push that they move those civilians out of the battle space, because that is a grave concern for the United States. I'm going to go to the phones and then happy to come back in the room. Jeff Schogel, Task and Purpose.
Thank you. CENTCOM announced earlier this week there was an attack on a patrol base in Syria, and there were follow-up airstrikes. I just wanted to see, have there been any subsequent attacks against U.S. troops in Iraq and Syria? Have there been any follow-up airstrikes? And have there been any more airstrikes in Yemen against Houthi targets, and have the Houthis fired any missiles against U.S. ships?
Thanks, Jeff, for the question. So in terms of activity in the CENTCOM AOR, I'm not tracking anything additional from what General Ryder had provided at the briefing on Tuesday. You mentioned some of the attacks that had happened or were directed at U.S. forces. That was over the weekend.
I'm over it.
Not tracking anything additional as of today. Occasionally,
guys, I'm taking off. Y'all have a good one.